is the last time for John in Boston. We know that John is potentially having a match tonight, and there's even a rumor around who that person is going to be. I don't know whether we should say or not, because that only dropped earlier today, but we can kind of cross that bridge as and when we get to it. But yes, he is in Boston. He is going to open the show. We found that out yesterday. And as well as that, there is a big rumor that he is going to be facing someone on this show tonight, and it's going to be a big deal if it does go the way the rumors are saying that it's going to go. So let's have a look at a preview. We'll work our way down what this show looks like. And then, of course, we're going to get stuck into the chat. We're going to get into your thoughts, into your theories, see what it is that you guys want to talk about. So John Cena returns to Raw. We're in Boston. This is where John Cena is from. This is his hometown. This place is going to go absolutely flipping bananas. I would imagine you will see nothing but a sea of John Cena shirts tonight. It's going to be a real something tonight. This is one of those special shows that I think we will remember for a very, very long time. You might even say it's going to be more special than next week's show. I know next week is John Cena's final Raw, and it's at Madison Square Garden. But I think a lot of us expected John to retire in Boston. I certainly did. I thought that John was going to retire in Boston in front of this crowd that we're getting tonight. But obviously TKO went with the highest bidder, and Washington bid the most money. And so our last one is going to be in Washington, right? That's Saturday night's main event. But because this is where John is from, I feel like this is going to be extra special. I'd imagine there's going to be friends, family, all in attendance tonight. And yeah, it's going to be something special. So if for nothing else, we've got a big John Cena segment and potential match to look forward to. But there are other things, okay? So we got Damian Priest against Rusev. They're battling in the Last Time Is Now tournament. I don't know how you have John on this show and he doesn't interact with some of these people. They're all battling to face him at Saturday night's main event. So wouldn't it make sense for John to just wish some of these people good luck? Hope to see you at Saturday night's main event. It'd be an honor to wrestle you one more time. Like, I'd love a moment between him and Sheamus, for example. Him and Shinsuke. I'm not really too fussed about him and Rusev or him and Damian. I mean, there's no history with him and Damian. Him and Rusev do have a history. That'd be pretty cool. I'd be down for that. But I would like to see him and Sheamus more. They've got a richer history. So a little backstage segment with Sheamus would be great. Shinsuke just doesn't really ever get much, does he? And he's a legend in his own right. Massive name in Japan. I know he's not kind of achieved tons in WWE, although he is a Rumble winner, of course. Never been a world champion in WWE, but it would still be nice to see Cena interact with Shinsuke as well. So, yeah, Mitchell asked earlier on X, you know, could we get a match tonight? Could we get some backstage interactions? And, well, the honest answer is we don't know, but it would be great if we could. I do think we've missed out on a lot of backstage interactions. I do think Cena should have done more than just the segment in the ring, and then that's it. You know, I think there was a lot of opportunity for him to give some words of wisdom to some of the talent that's struggling. And, you know, maybe struggling with momentum, struggling to get TV time, you know. Be a great... Imagine that if Cena was in catering and went up to someone that was in catering, gave them some words of encouragement, and we started to give them a push. And it all came from Cena's words of encouragement. That would be kind of fun to have seen. So, yeah, we haven't really done anything with Cena backstage. It's just really largely been Cena doing promos or a match. And we haven't done loads kind of backstage. A little bit like R-Truth. And we did a little bit where he got punched by Logan Paul, if you remember. But I think we could have done a lot more. So, Damian, Rusev, Battle in the Last Time Is Now tournament. Sheamus, Shinsuke, Battle in the Last Time Is Now tournament. Charlotte and Alexa defending against the Kabuki Warriors. That's been building for weeks. So we do have a championship match tonight. And then we've got Stephanie defending her title against Raquel. We do have a championship match tonight. Stephanie, Raquel, as well as John Cena and just loads of other things. So, yeah, it looks like a pretty stacked episode on deck, to be honest. So, looking forward very much to tonight. Edward Brown, shout out to you, becoming a member on the channel. Obviously, we're getting ever closer towards that final farewell for John. I believe it's, the 13th of December. We're about 4 weeks away. I think it's going to be like 4 weeks this weekend. It's getting very close. Liam said, Daze, thank you for the streams and unseens. You are the best. Liam, shout out to you, my friend. Yes, we was going to do a stream yesterday. There wasn't enough for unseen yesterday. But my folks came back and they've come back not very well. They've actually come back with colds. And so that's kind of started doing the rounds. I've still got a bit in my nose. But like yesterday, I was not feeling brilliant at all. So just done a lot of kind of sleeping this weekend, to be honest, trying to make sure I'm ready for this stream. This stream was my priority. I know how big this stream is. I know this matters. I know that John Cena having his last appearance, like in-ring appearance in Boston, is huge. And there was no way I was going down with illness. So I've just tried to do whatever I can. I've still got a bit in my nose, to be honest. I'm still a bit bunged up, but I feel fine. I feel like we can definitely get through this stream. So, yeah. Liam, shout out to you, but Dre, shout out to you. And Jay Toomer said, Daze, I think Alexa turns on Charlotte first. What about you? It's tricky because if she does that, obviously she'll be heel. And the Wyatt Six are kind of heel. I mean, they're kind of heel, but they're about to go into a feud with the MFTs, and the MFTs are definitely heels. And I don't know if we're not maybe just going to start positioning the Wyatts a bit more like faces. I don't know if we're not going to do that because it was the MFTs that attacked the Wyatts, and the MFTs are definitely not faces. And I don't think WWE is going to want to do a heel versus heel feuds. So normally, if you've got two heels like this, you would lean one into being babyface. And I think you're kind of seeing that with the Wyatts. I mean, the Wyatts haven't really done anything cheating-wise. Haven't really done much at all, actually, recently. But I would imagine by the time we're kind of getting to this MFT feud, we'll have the Wyatts as kind of leaning more into being the babyfaces. If Alexa is turning sometime soon, I mean, I don't know about you. I'm still mentally thinking that if she breaks away from Charlotte, she will find her way to the Wyatts. So that would mean you would have kind of babyface Wyatts, heel Alexa, and, you know, that's obviously a bit messy. So I don't know. I kind of feel like a turn between them is likely. I don't know that that turn is soon. I sort of feel like it would make sense to keep this going. Even if they lose the titles, they can try and win them back. And plus also the Wyatts are kind of caught up with MFTs, and I don't think they need Alexa because there's no women in the MFTs anyway. So, you know, we don't need another woman joining. So it's hard to see what Alexa would be doing. I suppose she would be feuding with Charlotte. But then once that's done, could she join up with the Wyatts? She could, but if she's a heel and their faces, it makes it messier. So I think my answer is I don't think she turns like tonight. Even if they lose the tag titles, I think they might try and win them back first. If they were to split, I think I'd be leaning Charlotte being the heel, just because I think that you would probably look to align Alexa with the Wyatts. And so if they're both baby faces, that makes a bit of sense. I can see the argument, though, about like, oh, Alexa being heel because the Wyatts are heel, but I don't think they're going to be in this feud with MFTs. But Triple A said, Daze, as a Cena big fan, I'm so happy that he might be getting the IC title. The only thing he's never won. Do you think he'll beat Dominic today? Or will he lose? Or will he face him at Survivor Series? So Dominic is the rumor. I didn't think we'd be able to hide away from... I didn't think that we'd be able to hide away from the fact that that rumor is out there and it's done the rounds today. I think there is a chance that he wins the IC title tonight in Boston. And I think then we could maybe run the rematch at Survivor Series. Survivor Series is where that match was rumored to be taking place. And to be honest with you, I was not a fan of John beating Dominic at Survivor Series and then going into Gunther with the IC title. And the reason why I say that is because I just think that big match, that big final match, just it's not downgraded by having the IC title involved, but why the hell would you want them competing for a mid-card belt in Cena's last match? It doesn't make any sense to me. Gunther certainly does not need that IC title, right? That would be a step backwards for Gunther. Cena can have it. I don't think he needs it, but he can have it if he wants to just tick that box. But I certainly don't need him going into the Gunther match with it. So if the plan is, let's do it tonight. Let's have Cena win, new Intercontinental Champion, defends it next week on the show, and then faces Dominic at Survivor Series where he drops it back to Dominic and then goes into the match with Gunther. I mean, maybe Gunther costs John. Well, no, he can't, can he? He's going to have to win this tournament. They're doing the tournament. So we could still cost John. He could win the tournament and still cost John at Survivor Series. And then, boom, we're at his final match. So I don't think the plan has changed in regards to who Cena's last opponent is going to be. It does make me wonder what the plan is for Survivor Series, because that was meant to be John, Dominic, and we're doing it tonight. But this actually might work better. This might work better. Because as I said, I don't need John walking into his last match as a mid-card champion. I mean, John Cena, a 17-time world champion, walking into his last match with the Intercontinental Championship is so weird. We're talking about the most decorated world champion. Like, really, if he's going to walk into that last match with any belt, it should have been the WWE Championship. It should have been the top championship. Like, he is the GOAT. He's not the mid-card GOAT. He's the GOAT. So, yeah, I was never a fan of him having that IC belt in that last match. So, yeah, this is maybe a different way of doing it. So that he can have it now, have a little run, drop it at Survivor Series, or even drop it next week. He doesn't need a long run. He just needs to tick the box, doesn't he? I think that's why people want to see him win the IC title. He's never won it. So just ticks the box. He becomes a Grand Slam champ. I'm sure they can print and sell some shirts off that. And, then we can get to the important thing, which is that last match in Washington. Hector said, if you had one wish to give a superstar or stable from the main roster a big boost in better booking, who would it be? A love from Spain, says Hector. Hector, shout out to you, my friends. I would probably give it to Finn Balor. I think I'd give it Finn. I think Finn Balor is such an enigma to me because when he was in NXT, he was a big star and he had the Demon and he was like NXT champ. I think he's NXT champ a couple of times. And he was one of those names that, how we talk about Oba and Trick and Javon, and we're like, well, they're going to arrive and that's going to be good. We spoke about Finn Balor that way. We would talk about Sammy and Kevin that way. And Sammy and Kevin have worked out fine. Kevin probably the best of the three. But Finn Balor, I just don't know what's happened. I can't explain it. I'd love to get his thoughts as to why he thinks that his career has kind of gone the way it's gone. I mean, his career is not necessarily a bad career because I think if you can spend 10 years, 11 years in WWE and not lose your job and keep your place on the main roster, make the money you're making, be used on TV on a regular basis, it's very hard to say you've had a bad career. But I think with Finn Balor, I kind of look at him and I'm like, it feels like he had the keys to the kingdom. It feels like he had the keys to unlock that main event level. I mean, he had the Demon. I don't see any way the Demon wasn't shifting merch, wasn't generating views. I know the argument is that people didn't watch Finn Balor for Finn Balor. They just waited for the Demon. I understand that argument. But unfortunately, I think what's happened now is Finn Balor has just become a little bit flat. I mean, he's just in Judgment Day, has been for years and years. And Judgment Day just spin their wheels a lot and don't make much forward progress. I mean, how long did they tease him and Damian split him? How long have they teased him and Dominic being at odds? How long have they teased some issue with him, Liv, and Roxanne? And I just sort of feel like we spin our wheels and we just don't really get anywhere. Judgment Day are a very frustrating group in the sense of, you know, considering the TV time they've had, they should be a massive deal, a massive problem. They're just sort of there, really, aren't they? They feel like furniture now. They just feel like they're there. But, like, I don't know that it's massively helping anyone. I mean, it's getting them TV time. Give them that. It's getting them TV time. But for someone like Finn Balor, it's very comfortable. It's just comfortable. He's not making any forward progress. He stopped making forward progress a very, very long time ago. And so I think I would love to give him a push, a boost, and see, you know, if, you know, we could do something with Finn Balor and really, because we're drifting towards him just retiring and, you know, having been a Universal Champ for like 24 hours, which is so hard to believe. You'd imagine they'd have given him a run with the World Heavyweight Championship. And actually, earlier this year, there were rumors that they were going to really invest in Finn Balor. I like Finn. I like Finn a lot. I think he's a good-looking guy. I think he's good in the ring. I think promo-wise is okay. I don't know that he, like, maxes out on his promos, and I don't know that he maxes out on his matches. But to be honest with you, I can't even remember the last time I saw a singles Finn Balor match that wasn't just a nonsense, you know, him against Xavier Woods or something like that, just a nothing match on Raw. Like, when was the last time we saw a meaningful singles Finn Balor match? You know, it's been a while. I'd like to see him get in there with someone. I'd like to see him in there with Dom, and I'd like to see that match matter, and I'd like to see what they could deliver. And, you know, hopefully that could be, hopefully next year we could do something there. So, yeah, Finn Balor, I've been waiting for ages for him to break away from Judgment Day, bring the demon back. And the other thing as well is because, like, we haven't really got Bray, Finn can, like, really dig into the demon backstory. And maybe the demon backstory can fit in somehow with the Wyatt Six and Bray and kind of whatever realm all these otherworldly characters reside. You know, where is the demon? Well, you know, wherever this character resides, whatever darkness it lives in, I sort of feel like, could it not be the same sort of darkness as the Fiend and as the Wyatt Six? Is there any sort of crossover there that can be achieved? I mean, Finn Balor as the demon fitting in with the Wyatt Six would not look out of place at all. And I'm not saying put him in that group now, but I'm just saying that I feel like there's things we can do with the demon. I feel like there's definitely stuff we can explore there. So, yeah, Balor would be the one I'd want to look at personally. I feel like there's a lot of young talent that are going to be fine in the future. I'm not worried about that. I'd be looking at any older talent that still is not quite... You know, Shinsuke also flashed in my mind, for example. Because Shinsuke's a legend in Japan. And he just hasn't achieved what we all thought he would achieve in WWE. So that would be another name I'd be thinking of. Getting Sammy to a world title, that'd be another name I'd be thinking of. I'm not worried about Julia and Stephanie and people like that. I'm thinking about that generation of talent that's, you know, had a good run. A good, you know, 6, 7, 8, 10 years. And still haven't quite achieved what we thought they would achieve. So that's where my mind went. So Hector, shout out to you, buds. Edward, hello Edwards, said, Daze, I did say I would be here for Cena's last 4 dates. Then I was going to go again. So I am here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you keep him well. Hope all has been well. Edward, shout out to you. I'm doing okay. I've just got a bit of a cold in my nose. I had it in my head yesterday, but I've actually managed to shake it a bit. So I took some Lemsips and I got quite a bit of sleep and just bang, you know, feeling a lot better than yesterday. So goods. Definitely we get through this stream and that's all I care about. Bobster said it's been a few weeks since we've had someone spamming in the chats. Steve said, after Finn's injury, Vince just gave up on him. I've got no idea why Triple H has done virtually nothing with him. It is such a waste of a talent. I agree. I mean, he went back down, didn't he, in 2019 to NXT for a little bit, which is never a good sign. But I just don't understand how no one has seen the... I mean, like, WWE are so guilty of finding something that works and then just rinsing it until you cannot get another drop out of it. That is something WWE... I mean, look at Hulkamania. They ran Hulkamania until the wheels fell off, right? They ran with Roman as a babyface until there was just, we've done everything we can. This guy is just not getting over. And eventually, Vince is like, right, let's turn him heel, right? But they didn't make that call after a year or two. It was years and years and years of like trying to get Roman over as like the big dog, right? And then you look at like Judgment Day. How flipping long have we been running with Judgment Day? How long have we been running with the New Day? Granted, we turned New Day heel, but they had gone long stale before we had turned them heel. I mean, honestly, you can say the New Day were struggling when Big E was still with them, right? We'd done the pancakes, we'd done the bootios, we'd done the ice cream pops and all of that. And, we kind of ran out of ideas. Then, they were like, okay, if it's done now, we'll get Big E out. But we still ran with New Day and we didn't have anything for them. Eventually, we turned them heel and that has breathed a bit of new life into them. But even that is just not really doing a great deal, to be honest. So, yeah, we're very guilty, Judgment Day. And, you could maybe even say the Bloodline story went on a touch too long. I don't know. That's up for debate. I think it was fine. But there was plenty of people that were desperate for that to end because of all the outside interference. This is dragging on. Plenty of people complaining about the Bloodline story when that was happening. It's just the same thing again and again. The Usos keep helping Roman win. Roman can't do it on his own, blah, 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 right? You would hear that a lot. So WWE just keep... But I don't feel like they've done that with the Demon. The Demon is one of those where... I feel like we left so much money on the table. I feel like there is so much merch and so many moments where we could have had the Demon. I just don't get it. I don't understand. I mean, maybe it's something to do with Bray. Maybe when Bray came along with the Funhouse and the Fiend, the Demon was felt to be a bit too similar. And I know that they, obviously... cross paths, but maybe it was just a case that because I really think that Scarlett and Carrion have departed WWE due to Alistair and Zelina. Now that I'm seeing Alistair and Zelina, I mean, it's very, very coincidental that they would go and then a month later we would put Zelina with Alistair, and the vibe and the entrance just feels so similar that it's kind of like, do we need both of these? If we've got Alistair and Zelina, do we need Carrion and Scarlett as well doing something which feels very, very similar? And I wonder if that played a part. I wonder if Bray with his Fiends and that whole world just meant that Finn and his Demon, and he didn't have a world for his Demon, and he hadn't been telling like the backstory of the Demon and everything like Bray had with Sister Abigail. I wonder if that played a part as well. Don't know. I certainly think there's room to bring it back regardless. Whatever the reason, whatever we left that money on the table, I think there's definitely room to bring it back. So, yeah, I'd love to see us get behind Finn in 2026. I know that, how old is he? I think I want to say in my mind 39, but he could be older actually. Jesus, he's well older. He's 44, and I never would have said that. I never would have said 44. I was thinking 39. I could believe 40. 44. Maybe this is now a barrier. Maybe his age is something they're looking at thinking, 44, do we really want to get behind someone that's 44? I mean, what are we going to get out of him? Another couple of years, maybe? Maybe we get another 4 years, max. I don't know. I don't know what his plans are for retirement. What I would say, just to put a bow on this conversation, I feel like it's now or never for Finn Balor. You either get behind him, give him a push, and invest in the Demon, or you don't, and his career is going to end. I mean, he's 44, so realistically, how many years has he got? And also, realistically, at this age, I've got to think injuries are going to occur more often, and I've got to think that his skills are only diminishing. I mean, your skills aren't getting better when you're 44. You know, boxers don't improve at this age. MMA fighters don't improve at this age. I don't think pro wrestlers improve at this age. So 44, you can go to your 48, you know. That's not unusual now for wrestlers of this generation. They know how to look after themselves. And if you've looked at Finn Balor, he knows how to look after himself, right? So I think he's in great shape, phenomenal shape. But it feels like now or never, doesn't it? Certainly with him being 44. Hasib, hello, said Daze 10 years ago, people like MFTs, Motor City Machine Guns, and Phoenix would have gone to NXT. Or I'd have said less than 10 years ago, honestly, because I was shocked when Motor City didn't go to NXT. Same with Phoenix. Same with, well, Tama Tonga Loa, I can sort of understand. They're older and they have come from New Japan. And I think that because of their age, they probably thought, you know, if you look at Tama Tonga, he doesn't wrestle all that often. Same Tonga Loa, even less. They're really just heavies, aren't they, for Solo? They're just backup for Solo, really. Tama Tonga does have the odd match, granted. But I think that in regards to that, I could sort of understand that one because I suppose in a way they're just like his J&J security, you know? They're just backup, really. They're not really... I don't see a bright future for them. I'm not looking at Tama Tonga Loa seeing, you know, 10-time tag champs or anything in WWE. I think they're there as like J&J security for Solo. So maybe that one I can understand a little better. But Motor City and Ray Phoenix, yeah, I thought they would go NXT. You know, we gain a connection and find character and personality, but they don't offer anything on the main roster. What's your opinion on this? Well, MFT, as I said, I think that they are just backup for Solo. So I don't mind that so much. I think Jeff Cobb and Tala might have benefited from having runs. How old is Jeff Cobb? Tala, I know, is quite young still, in his 30s. Jeff Cobb is 43. Yeah. I mean, Jeff Cobb is 43. Jeff Cobb is a little older now. I mean, you never want to write anyone off because of their age, but I always think that when you're in your, if you're 40 or above, I think you should be on the main roster really at that point. Because you've probably got about 5 years till 45. That's the sort of mental window that I have. And there has to come a point where you think, I'm not going to push these people anymore because I'm just not going to get much out of them. I mean, it's hard to see a 50-year-old WWE superstar competing on a regular basis, right? And certainly by that point, if you're knocking on the door of 50, you've got to be someone that's had a hell of a career, you know, a Randy Orton, a Rey Mysterio. So, you know, if you're 43 or 44, I don't think it's unfair to say you've got a few years left to go, right? And then you're really into an area that's, you know, concerning. That's where I would expect injury to really take a toll. And that's where I would expect your skills to really start to diminish. Obviously, we're pushing these boundaries all the time when it comes to these things, because back in the day, 40 was really old. 40 was unfathomable. I mean, it's the same with football, European football. I mean, if you buy a footballer, you're probably a bit concerned if they're over 30. I mean, if Man United buy a player that's like 32, I'm thinking we're going to get a couple of seasons out of them, right? Till they're like 34. And I don't even know how good they're going to be. Because at the top level, like, you've you've got to be in your 20s, really. They say that like 28, 29 is your peak going into 30. And really at that point, that's where we start to see, 31, 32 being the decline. With pro wrestling, I think it's older than that, right? I don't think it doesn't work that way. I think it's older. And I think in pro wrestling, you can go quite comfortably till you're like 45. I don't have a problem with that. But I think once you're at 45, I think then that's where, do we really want to be investing in you compared to a 20-year-old kid? If there's a Javon Evans that can be pushed and we're going to get 20 years out of Javon, wouldn't it make more sense to invest in that person rather than this person who's only got a few years left to go? They've got a couple of years, so we can invest and give them big opportunities and TV time. But in a few years, they're gone. They're out the door. So does that make sense? Or does it make sense to instead go, hey, Trick Williams, hey, Obafemi, hey, Javon, hey, Dominic Mysterio, hey, Bron Breakker? Doesn't it make more sense to go in that direction? It's a really interesting conversation because not one that we touch on all the time. And I do think that ageism is obviously a very real thing. Everyone's different. Everyone can go to different amounts of time. I certainly don't think 45 and that's it. I mean, you could go to your 48. Jeff Cobb's 43. You might have 5 years, which in wrestling is a long time. That's kind of the Attitude Era, really. If you think like 97 to 2002, it's pretty much the Attitude Era. So 5 years, if Jeff Cobb can get to the age of 48 and still compete regular, still a long time. Same with Finn Balor. If he's still got another 4 or 5 years in him, can get to 48, 49. That's still a long time. So this is why I'm saying you can still invest in these people. But I think once they're getting into their 40s, that's where there's some alarm bells that are, you have to take that into consideration. So makes it hard. I wonder if that's why some of these have gone to the main roster rather than going straight to NXT. I don't know how old Motor City Machine Guns are, but I know that Alex Shelley in particular has been around a long time. I think Chris Sabin as well, actually. Wouldn't shock me to find out they're both in their 40s, there or thereabouts. So I wonder if age played a factor. But yeah, I prefer to do the NXT route. I prefer to do that for a couple of reasons. I think, first of all, it's good for the wrestler, but I also think it's good for the fans. If you bring in someone straight to the main roster, that's their call-up done. That's a moment that's just done. And unfortunately, a lot of people won't know who they are. A lot of people won't know who Rey Fenix is or Motor City Machine Guns, because you would have had to have watched either TNA or AEW, or one of the other promotions Rey Fenix has been in. And honestly, I know people struggle with this, but you've got to understand, WWE is largely made up of just WWE fans that don't watch anything else. They like Roman, they like Hulk Hogan, they like Stone Cold, they like The Rock, they like Triple H, they like WWE. It's do you know what I mean? It's like, it's just, that is wrestling for many people. Kane and Undertaker and all of that. They're not interested in other promotions. Some are, and there is definitely a good sizable amount of people that do then go off to watch other promotions. But the vast majority are like kids or people that just watch WWE as part of other shows. They'll watch Breaking Bad. They'll watch Game of Thrones. They'll watch Walking Dead. And they'll watch Raw and SmackDown, but they're not looking to get into all these other promotions. Some people do, many, many others don't. So if you bring in like Motor City Machine Guns or Rey Fenix, they're going to come in cold and people aren't going to know them. And so you're going to have to then introduce them. At least if they go to NXT first, there's a chance that more people will get to know them. NXT crowd is a smart crowd, but there's plenty of people that watch NXT that still aren't going to have watched these talents, right? Me, for example, I'd never watched Joe Hendry until he had been in NXT, I'd never watched Motor City Machine Guns until they'd arrived in WWE. I was not a TNA viewer. I've still only watched it a handful of times whenever we've done streams on it, and I think I've done about 5 streams, something like that. I've never been a TNA viewer. So For me, I just don't know Motor City. I just don't know Joe Hendry. So even I'm a living example of what I'm preaching. So I sort of feel like going to NXT first, it means that the WWE fans can get used to someone. It also means when they get called up, it's a bigger moment. I think as well, there is a slightly different expectation when you work WWE compared to other places, because WWE is bigger and it's the market leader, and, you know, they're all about presentation. And so, you know, if you've been working other promotions that aren't as bothered about presentation, you know, WWE superstars have to engage the crowd all throughout their matches. They have to, like, pose to the crowd or get them, you know, G'd up or trash talk someone during the match, or they've got to interact with the crowd kind of all throughout the match to keep the crowd involved. You also need to have spots when you go to, like, commercial breaks. You need to know where, obviously, the hard cam is, and you need to know, like, how to work that hard cam. You need to know the kind of things you can say, the things you can't say, the moves you can use, the moves you can't use. I've always seen NXT as the reception desk. NXT to me is not just developmental. It's, hello, welcome to WWE. You know, like, what can we do? Have you got a house sorted? If you've come over from Japan, are you settled? Yeah. Do you know where to get groceries? And, you know, are you comfortable? Are you okay? Here's some talent, you know, go out, have a few drinks, whatever, like, get used to, you know, the American culture. Could be a culture shock for anyone like, say, Julia, who might not have been over to America that many times, or even like an Indy Hartwell or a Grayson Waller that's coming over from Australia, very different over there compared to America, right? So, you know, there's an acclimatization as well. So it's not just, hey, let's teach them how to wrestle. I think it's like, hey, get settled. Let's not throw too much at you at once. Let's get settled. Let's get you in. And I think that's really responsible. I think that's a wise thing to do. Then teach them expectations about the WWE style, right, which we hear about. And blah, 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 blah. Yeah, long story short, I always see NXT as a reception desk. So to skip that and just go straight to the main roster, I think is a bit risky. But, and I would also point out that I don't think it's massively worked for a lot of those talents Asiba's kind of mentioned. So not the direction I would go personally, but it's the direction WWE went. They felt like it was the right thing to do. I don't know if they still feel like it was the right thing to do. But I do feel sorry for those talents that skipped NXT, because I just think that history shows that if you go through NXT, you do get that stronger connection with the fan base. And then your call-up moment is a much bigger moment, and that gives you some real momentum. Whereas if you just come straight into the main roster, your call-up moment has been wasted. We've got to learn about you on the main roster, which is very challenging. And I just don't think it works as well. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you if we're saying that that's not the ideal way forward. 9. Holiday said, Daze, you are glowing today. Have a good stream. 9. Holiday, shout out to you. I don't feel like I'm glowing. My nose might be glowing, but I don't feel like I'm glowing. Vikings Wolf said, Daze, I just got off work. Are we doing a watch long for the MSG cards on Saturday? Yes. Yes. The current plan is UFC on Saturday. But to be honest with you, as I said, over this weekend, I picked up a bit of a cold. It was nothing massive, but it was enough for me to be like, oh, I do not need this getting worse. It was enough for me to be like sitting here with tissues, whatever. And as I said, I've still got a little bit in my nose. So I'm just sort of like, I feel fine, honestly. I mean, I've slept a lot today. I slept a lot yesterday. I'm feeling quite refreshed, actually, but it's just I've still got it around. So we can get through this. And I'm hoping then it just goes, to be honest with you. I'm hoping that I've had like a 24-hour thing and it's hit me on a Sunday, which is brilliant, right? I'll take that. If I've been hit with a 24-hour bug and it's hit me on a Sunday, that is perfect. And certainly on a weekend where there was no major shows. So, yes, I honestly am not going to complain. I'd love it if that's what's happened. because that gets it out the way. And yes, it will be all eyes on UFC this weekend then. But let's just hope it doesn't, come back. Wrestling Void, hello. Said, Daze, thanks for putting me on your Christmas tree. I am loving this stream so far. Wrestling Void, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, just wrestling chat, innit? Just wrestling chat as we head towards what should be a really, really interesting show tonight. The John Cena appearance, rumours are, as we've just mentioned, he should be going after Dominic, should be going after that IC title. I think it would be great for him to win it in Boston. I know that that means that he is winning it off Dirty Dom. I don't worry about that. I think Dirty Dom is going to benefit by just being in the ring with John. And also, I wouldn't be shocked if we did the rematch at Survivor Series and Dirty Dom wins it back. So I think a lot of people want to see John tick that box of getting the IC title and of also doing the Grand Slam thing. It's not something I'm bothered about, to be honest. As people know, I don't put any value into the Grand Slam thing, and I don't really care about the IC title. I think it's a nice belt to win as you're making your way up. But if you are a 17-time world champion, if you're one of that, they already call you a GOAT. I just don't think you need it. I just don't care about the Grand Slam thing. It doesn't mean anything. John Cena does not become a bigger star by achieving an IC belt or a Grand Slam thing. It makes no difference whatsoever. But they can sell some shirts off it. Yeah. They can have John Cena, Grand Slam champ, blah, blah, blah. He's done it and all this kind of stuff. The one belt that's eluded him, he's finally managed to win. You can see from a marketing point of view how it could be beneficial. So, whatever. I don't mind him winning it, beating Dominic, and then maybe dropping it back, as we said, Survivor Series or something like that. The only down is that, of course, that takes 2 dates up for Dom. I think with 4 dates left to go, 2 Raws, 1 Saturday night's main event, 1 Survivor Series, we were really looking for 4 different opponents. And maybe we will get 4 different opponents. Perhaps he drops the IC title to someone else. Perhaps he doesn't win the IC title. Perhaps Dirty Dom spoils the party and prevents John from winning that IC championship. Bit of a downer, though, to do that in Boston. The people at Boston come out to see John one last time and he loses a match. So for the IC title. If this was his last match, then I would be like, okay. But it'd be a bit of a shame, I think, for them to come out and for him to lose in front of them. As I said, I wouldn't have a problem if it was the last match. But I think it'd be a shame if he didn't win tonight. So, I don't know. Let's see. I don't really have, like, a big, passionate, like, if he won, fine. If he loses, fine. Do you know what I mean? I'm pretty chilled about it all. I'm certainly, if he loses tonight, I'm certainly not going to be crying about it. If he wins tonight, great. I think that's nice for the people of Boston. And maybe a benefit to them not having his last match, which I do think he should lose. Right, Jordan said, hi everyone, Daze, I just finished a 9-hour shift. I'm getting ready for Raw today, and I'm so excited for this tournament and for John Cena appearing. Yes, my friends. Yes. We're all excited. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Daze, Nixon Newell is retiring from wrestling next year, said Big Time. She got released twice by WWE, and she struggled to get work and is having frustration with AEW over 3-minute matches. Wish her all the best. I think you can make it work, but if she's struggling to get booked, that's obviously a concern. I mean, it's possible, though, isn't it? I mean, look at Matt Cardona. And I think, Baron Corbin, Dijak, people like that. I mean, what I would say is they probably achieved more in WWE than she did. But, I mean, she was making it work before she joined WWE. She was an indie wrestler and she made it work. But obviously that was pre-pandemic. It was a different landscape. It's a difficult conversation to have because I don't know what the landscape looks like now. I know there are still plenty of indie promotions. I saw a list of where Carrion was booked to appear and all the different promotions. So, I mean, I know there are promotions out there. I know Matt Cardona makes, obviously, a good living and has made the indie thing work for him. Shotzi, I believe, is giving it a good go as well. I don't know. I would imagine it is definitely harder than it used to be. Definitely harder. And if she's struggling to get booked, then, yeah. It's hard, isn't it? I mean, if you're a pro wrestler and you shoot for your dreams, you know, you follow your heart, go for it. I mean, that should only be applauded, really. She put the work in. She made it to WWE. She made it to the main roster. Obviously, she would have wanted more, but she still had more than most wrestlers get. She still achieved more than, I would say, what the average professional wrestler is able to achieve. The average professional wrestler does not make it to WWE's main roster. So she did very, very well. But I could understand her being frustrated. But, you know, it's a harsh reality, isn't it? If you get into wrestling, chances are you're just going to be on the indies, right? You might be able to get attention from WWE and be looked at. No idea that you get signed. You might even get signed, but there's no guarantee you make it to NXT. You might make it to NXT and then end up getting cut, like, say, a Cora Jades, you know, an Eddie Thorpe. Plenty of people have been to NXT and got cut. I think to make it all the way to the main roster and to actually get through NXT is a hell of an achievement that most wrestlers don't achieve. So hopefully she can just look back on her career and feel a sense of pride of what she was able to achieve. But yeah, it's hard. Everyone thinks they're going to be the next John Cena, Randy Orton, Rhea Ripley, but that is very rarefied air. Indie promotions are probably worried that she might break down with her knees and then have to pay for the surgery, says James. I don't know that indie promotions do pay for surgery and whatever. I would imagine that, like with WWE, there's like some sort of health benefit, but I actually don't know what's in the contract when it comes to that stuff, which that's really interesting. If you was to suffer an injury like that on an indie promotion, are they obligated to pay? I would imagine, I don't know. I would imagine that indie promotions do have health insurance to cover them if an incident happens in the ring. Obviously, they can then, you know, get the person to hospital, whatever. Oh, yeah, that's really interesting, actually. I've never really thought about it. If someone suffers an injury at your indie promotion, you've got to have medical coverage. So I'm guessing then, yes, you would have to pay, wouldn't you, for whatever has happened? It's interesting, that, James. Never really thought about it. Never really thought about indie promotions too much. Tony said, better to have Dom versus Cena tonight. It'll get done. Heat will be built up. Then we could get a Ray match, and that could happen at Survivor Series. I wouldn't be down on Ray. I think a lot. I would like Ray to face John. I think, though, at this stage, this is where people are seeing there's only 4 dates left. One of them is going to be Dominic at one point. Tonight is the rumor. And so, of course, now you're going to start getting very heated debates about, no, well, it can't be Ray because we've got to do Brom, we've got to do Gunther, we've got to do blah, blah, blah. I mean, we're just running out of dates, aren't we? We're running out of dates. There's still plenty of people that have not faced John, and with 4 dates left to go, it is definitely going to get a more passionate conversation, I think. I'm pretty chilled about it. I don't really mind who he faces. I'm just dialed in on that last one. I hope that last one is Gunther, and I just hope it's going to be an absolute banger. I mean, if you think about Ric Flair's final run, you don't really talk about the matches leading up to the Shawn one, you know? And I sort of feel the same about this. Like, the matches we're getting out of John right now are cool, but I don't know that they're going to massively be remembered. It's going to be that final one that gets remembered. It's going to be, you know, the one at maybe Survivor Series will be remembered because that's his last proper PLE appearance. And then his last match is Saturday night's main event. And, you know, that certainly is going to be remembered. But these next couple of Raws, don't know. I don't know if these will get remembered so much. We'll remember this for a while, though. If it is Dom and he wins the IC title, we'll certainly remember this for a while. But I think go forward 50 years, I'd imagine people will be talking just about the last match, which will be the one at Saturday night's main event. That's why I'm pretty chilled about it, you know. And to be honest, anything we've not done at this stage, we really should have done by now. You know, we've had enough time. There's been enough shows where he just did a promo and didn't do anything else. So we could have done a match on those shows. So, you know, I sort of feel like at this point, it's a bit late in the day to be really praying that it's going to be someone, you know. So whoever it is, and we'll just enjoy it for whatever it is and whoever it is. Aki said, do we think all the NXT people will be surprises? I feel like most of them could be people like Javon, Ober, Ethan. No, it won't be all of them because they did say Raw, SmackDown, NXT, and people that don't work here. So there was a fourth category, which I think covers TNA. I do wonder if there'll be a big swerve, big surprise that could be in there. But I think largely it's TNA. I think Joe Hendry will be in the tournament. Jeff Hardy, I think, is a great shout by people. Jeff Hardy could absolutely be in there. Nick Nemeth, Dolph Ziggler, absolutely could be in there. Matt Cardona maybe could be in there. But to be honest, out of a 16-person tournament, I don't know that you're even going to get all of them. So I think that NXT is going to feature, and there'll be a couple of spots for them. But, you know, I think maybe a Leon Slater makes it in there. I don't know. He's a very impressive superstar that they might want to see showcased. Because I think they really want to sign Leon. They would like to get him when his contract's up. I just don't know when his contract's up. So that could be a name. But more likely to be Dolph and Nick Nemeth and Zack Ryder, Matt Cardona, and blah, 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 you know. So, no, I think we could get those names, TNA names, but not expecting Jericho or Edge or anyone like that. William said, indie wrestlers have to either sign a waiver or provide their own healthcare. Promotions do have insurance, but it only covers themselves from liability. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I could believe that indie wrestlers have to have their own healthcare as well. I could believe that. So we're saying that it would be down to the wrestler if something happens because they sign a waiver in advance. Yeah, that's one of those interesting wrestling kind of things that I've never considered. You know, this is the kind of stuff in wrestling that I find interesting because, well, you know, who's going to face this person? Who's going to face that person? I mean, you know, those stories come and go. But actually, like, if someone gets injured at an indie promotion, who pays? Is something which I would find interesting. That is not something that just comes and goes. That's, you know, a procedure that's in place for the foreseeable future. I actually don't know the answer to that. So if William's telling me it's down to the wrestler and they have to sign a waiver, that's interesting. These are the kind of questions that I think would be really interesting to ask an indie talent. You know, if you used to sit down with an indie wrestler and you wanted to, like, you know, ask them a few things, this kind of stuff I would find very interesting. I've said before, and I'll say it again, any NXT talent like Tegan Nox or anyone that's gone through NXT, why has no one ever sat down, done a YouTube channel, and told us about what it's like at the Performance Center? I've never seen that. I don't know why no one's done that. What they tend to do is sit down and talk about their experience. So Tegan will sit down, or like Ridge Holland. Ridge Holland sat down and he was talking about the Big E injury and he was talking about getting injured and all this kind of stuff. He was talking about him. But what I would find interesting is how often do you train at the Performance Center? What are the classes like? Are there any fun stories out of those classes? You know, do a whole video based on this went wrong at promo class. I mean, you're telling me you wouldn't click on that video. I would click on that video. What went wrong at promo class? And then tell me some stories about promo class and where things went wrong. And, you know, tell me about how do you develop your skills? Like, what do you do when you first begin? What do you do when you're a bit more advanced? Do the NXT talent train separate from the Performance Center talent? You know, how does that work? How often do you get in there? What do you get taught? You know, I mean, like, because everyone's at different stages, what is Trick Williams learning right now compared to Jack Cartwheel, right? Or something like that. Like, the structure of the performance center and the way it actually works. What time do the classes start? How many classes are there? Who takes those classes? If you sit down with someone like X-Pac and he watches your match back, what kind of feedback are you receiving? Right? Is it overview? Is it detailed? Or there's this mountain and wealth of information that we just don't get. I would love to know, like, how often do you go? Do you go every day? Are they open on a Sunday? If it is open on a Sunday, is everyone there? I'd imagine not. I'd imagine it's closed on a Sunday. But then, you know, what time is it open? Does it open at 8 in the morning? Can you have breakfast there? Do they provide breakfast? Can you stay till 10 o'clock at night, or does it close at 5? Who's running all the classes? Blah, blah, blah. It might be boring, but if you can think of any stories connected to these things, this is basically what Maven does on his channel. Maven speaks about his experiences, but he reveals the secrets of wrestling in a way. You know, he did a whole video about weapons and about how they're gimmicked, and that did really well for him. He could talk about some of his experiences, but he's talking in general. You know, this is how we gimmick barbed wire. This is how we gimmick thumbtacks. And he might be able to share some of his experiences, but a lot of it just fits across all of wrestling. And he might talk about the Royal Rumble and how that works, you know, and like the kind of things they tell you before you go into the Rumble and how it's rehearsed and how it's executed. And that's interesting because it doesn't just fit Maven, it fits all of the Royal Rumbles, which is really interesting. But no one's done it for NXT or the Performance Center, or not to my knowledge. I think there's money to be made there. I think so. I think a release talent could really get their teeth into all of that. So, yeah, if any released NXT talent is watching and you're at a bit of a loss, I think that there's definitely something there where, certainly if you've got some stories as well of where things have gone wrong, and I'm sure you must have observed some stuff, you know, put that in as well as kind of tell us the structure of the Performance Center, and that is, I think, very interesting information. Hannah said, Daze, I wonder if we will ever get the true thoughts of Cena on his retirement tour. Maybe he says that he would have done to book it, not everything being perfect. I'll be sad when he leaves. Yeah, I don't know. Cena's a lovely bloke, and I don't think Cena's going to want to say anything negative. I think that John is someone that's a very positive person. And I think that John probably will view the heel turn as being a mistake. I think that he's already kind of commented on that, saying, you know, trying to push against that just sheer force from the crowd of goodwill. You know, the crowd was so desperate to cheer him, and they were still buying his merch, and they were still, let's go Cena, Cena sucks. Some had turned, but, you know, to be honest, it wasn't really that much different than Cena from the 2010s, where it was let's go Cena, Cena sucks. Only this time Cena was working really hard to get everyone against him, and he couldn't do it. He couldn't achieve it. I don't think there was any point where the whole crowd booed him out the building, or if they were booing him, they were just doing it very tongue-in-cheek. They were booing him whilst wearing a Cena shirt, you know. He just could not get that crowd to like genuinely hate him, and of course he couldn't. You knew it. I knew it. Everyone knew it. They knew it. I mean, how was you ever going to achieve that? How was you ever going to achieve that? I do think, like, you know, I do think that everything should be possible, right? I do try to keep that mentality, because I always think if I worked in creative and I was given something, I wouldn't want to look at it and go, no, you can't do that. I would want to look at the challenge and go, right, how do I do that? I think that's a much better mindset, right? But I got to tell you, if they came to me and said, we need you to make John hated in his final year where he's going to places for the final time, and people are buying tickets to say thank you and goodbye, and you've got to get them to boo him. I don't even know where you'd start. I have no idea how you would even make that work. He would have to do something really truly despicable. Something really awful. But to be honest, something so awful, it'd be really hard to turn him back babyface at the end of the year. I mean, you'd have to really do something really, really bad to turn Cena fans against Cena. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to turn Cena fans against Cena in their last time of seeing him. Like, what? Never made any sense. I really don't even know how they even remotely thought it was gonna work. But listen, they did it. I think what it shows is WWE can do things, and honestly, it can be very obvious it's the wrong move to a lot of us, to a lot of you. A lot of you said the exact same thing. Why are they doing this? This doesn't make any sense. But of course, you sit, you watch it play out, and you end up with the results you flipping end up with, where I think pretty much it's unanimous now that it was the wrong move. Even Cena has said trying to push against that sheer goodwill is just... So it's one of those where it was very obvious. Everyone was saying the same thing. What I did see is people saying, give it a go. And, I could get with that. Give it a go. Let's see how it goes. I can agree with that. But, yeah, I think he'll probably say something along those lines. We tried something. It was now or never. But just the sheer goodwill, we just couldn't fight against it. And so we made the call to end it early. I think that's probably as far as you'll get out of Cena. I don't think he'll ever come out and go, oh, it was a disgrace. It was absolutely rubbish. Blah, blah, blah. I don't think he'll ever come out and say things like that. He's too nice. Plus, he was in on it. To be honest with you, he was in on it. I don't think Triple H would have done anything if he hadn't have been given the green light. I think Triple H genuinely, and people can say I'm wrong, but I think Triple H is a nice person. I think he's too nice. The thing with Triple H is he isn't Vince. He's not going to tell people to do stuff, right? And if they don't want to do it, just stand his ground. Like, when you look at him on that WWE Unreal program, he's quite softly spoken. He's quite nice. He knows what he wants. I think the talent want to work for him. I think they want to, do the best they can. And, it's one of those where if the match isn't very good or the performance isn't very good, I'm sure he'll give them some feedback. But is he throwing his headset around? Is he snapping at them, saying they've let him down? And, I mean, Vince would do that. And I'm not saying that should be what's happening. I'm not saying that. But I think that you can be a bit too soft as well. Can be a bit too soft, where people can, dial it in, phone it in, and there's not really going to be any repercussions. There is a conspiracy theory that, talent are sort of doing that in 2025. If you look at match quality, there's a lot of matches that just aren't hitting the kind of levels we would hope for. And you do have to wonder what kind of feedback they're being given. Is anyone worrying that they might be losing their job? Is anyone worried that if these performances keep continuing, they might find themselves outside of WWE? Or are they just coasting along? Don't know. But one thing I would say about Triple H is I certainly feel like he's nicer, more pleasant, easier to work with than Vince. I don't think you'll find too many people disagree with that. So I think if John wanted to do something different and not do the heel run, I think Triple H would have listened. I don't think he's made him do this heel run. So John can't really go too hard on the heel turn, heel run. I think he was part of it. I think he was, let's give it a go. John is a very, let's give it a go, I'm up for it kind of a guy. Let's try this, let's try that. He's positive, he's trying to find solutions. He's a bit like what I think I would try to be if I worked in creative. I wouldn't be like, no, that doesn't work. I would give my side, my opinion of I don't think that's the right direction, but I would not be too passionate in the sense of that doesn't work, because I feel like in WWE, you've got to make things work. Yeah, that's your job. That's the wrestler's job. The wrestler get given gimmicks they don't like. They've got to make it work. And I feel like you're going to get given a challenge of, we definitely want to do this, make it work. You got to make it work. And so I would have that mentality. I think Cena's got that mentality. That mentality can bite you in the ass sometimes because no one stood up and said this heel run is the wrong idea. I think everyone just tried to make it work, and then it didn't work. So I think Cena was kind of in on it, actually, which is probably why he can't come out and rant and rave about it. But he's not a ranter or a raver, is he, really? Wrestle Andy, hello, said, Daze, do we think we'll see The Rock before Cena retires? It will go down as the biggest unfinished storyline ever, if not. It's an interesting thought. I don't know that we see him. It's an interesting thought. I certainly don't expect him tonight. I wouldn't expect him at Saturday night's main event unless he comes out on stage and applauds with the rest of them. He could send in a message on Saturday night's main event. I think that would be nice if we had messages from legends throughout that show. You know, Ric Flair sends in a message. You know, Ric Flair, one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, sending in a message. The Rock sending in a message. Stone Cold sending in a message. Shawn Michaels, Triple H, you know, Batista, Randy Orton. You know, get these legends, The Undertaker, to send in messages, play them throughout the show, dot them throughout the show. So you might get something like that from The Rock. I don't expect The Rock tonight. I don't expect The Rock next week, but we are in Madison Square Garden. Anything can happen in the Garden. And then you've got Survivor Series, which is a pretty big show. So, to be honest with you, I wouldn't have The Rock coming out at Cena's last match unless he was just in a normal like suit and applauding with the rest of the... Because I think at the end of Cena's match, you bring the locker room out, applaud John. John cuts a promo. Maybe the talent get in the ring, put him on the shoulders. Maybe, and that's how the show ends. Something like that. Bit of pyro, tears, something along those lines. So if he wants to be part of that group, then he can be part of it. But nothing should overshadow Cena in his last appearance. That should be about Cena and Cena's last match, shouldn't it? It's a little bit like how when Ric Flair finished his career, Michaels was out that ring quick. It was, I'm sorry, I love you, bang, 1, 2, 3, few words in the ear, Michaels got out of there, because that's Ric's moment. And it should be the same with John, really. This is John's moment. So, yeah, I certainly wouldn't be doing anything major with The Rock appearing on screen or anything like this, taking a bit of the spotlight. That's John's moment. Anything you want to do with The Rock, do it before that point. Do it earlier in the show at Saturday night's main event. Do it at Survivor Series. Do it on one of these Raws. But I don't expect anything tonight from him. So, but good shout, though. Good shout. I think you can always revisit it in the future if we don't, you know. You could always have a Rock Cena confrontation because Cena will still be around. He'll just be in a suit, reading out attendances or something. So you could absolutely have a WrestleMania moment in the future where you got Rock and Cena and we could address this unfinished business. Lisa, shout out to you. Said, I'm babysitting Amelia. She is watching Daze. Lisa, shout out to you. Amelia, shout out to you as well. Hope you're both excited for what promises to be a very special episode of Raw this week. Big Time said, Daze, you know how release wrestlers get the inspirational quote, do a Drew or a Cody? Yes. Let's be honest. Could we envision Triple H put in plans for a Presley Cedric Indy? For many, it's over. Well, it depends. I mean, if they go away and they achieve what Drew and Cody achieved, then yes, I could envisage it. You know, it's hard to envisage it for those people because they are currently still at a low ebb. Yeah. They need to get that momentum. I mean, the thing with Cody is he had the Rhodes name, and that was always going to help him. You know, Cody Rhodes, that Rhodes name is always going to get him opportunity. Still had to walk the walk, right? Still had to walk the walk. There's plenty of kids of wrestlers that have not succeeded. So it's certainly not the only reason, but it's a help. I think even Cody would tell you it's a help to have the Rhodes name and for Dusty Rhodes to be your dad. I think what Drew did was very impressive. Drew is very fortunate, though, that he's got a good size to him. And also, when he was in WWE, he wasn't that... He had a good size, but he wasn't ripped. He wasn't jacked like he is now. Kind of feels like when he was in WWE the first time, he was like a boy. And when he came back, he was a man. You know, he had got some hair on the chest and, you know, he'd got a bit bigger and, you know, he'd really bulked out. And visually, he looked impressive. Visually, I think it put him in a completely different place because presentation is so important. We keep talking about this. Presentation, really important. I think that it's hard for the women because they can't necessarily go away and, you know, visually, massively, you know, get jacked. And, you know, I mean, Indy's already kind of, you know, putting in the work. She's already got a really good physique. So it's hard to know what she can go away and change. But that is the conundrum. If she goes away and makes herself one of the best women's wrestlers in the world, gets a gimmick like, say, Timeless Toni Storm. Toni Storm did it. Toni Storm left WWE and, you know, her gimmick was some rock chick. But then she becomes timeless. And she is now one of the best women's wrestlers on the planet with one of the best gimmicks. I mean, actual in-ring, I don't know, is up there with, like, Io. But it doesn't matter. Her presentation, her gimmick is box office, right? What would be stopping Bea Priestley or Indy Hartwell doing that? The problem is, it's 1 in a million that you can find that gimmick that just gets you the momentum. You know, that's the hard thing, is finding the gimmick, finding the thing that's going to land, finding that thing that's going to unlock the keys of the kingdom. But, you know, I'd point to Toni Storm and I'd say she's done it. She's found it. She's managed to achieve it. Can Indy do that? Is she motivated enough to do that? You know, she's motivated enough to take the bookings. She's motivated enough to put in the work in the gym. I think she looks great. I've seen some of her workout clips online. And, you know, she's got good back muscles. Like, she's pretty strong. She looks good. You can tell she puts the work in the gym. But, I mean, all of that is, I don't want to say the bare minimum, but all of that is sort of just expected. A wrestler is strong. Breaking news. Do you know what I mean? Like, well done. You're doing what a wrestler should be doing. But can you find that gimmick that unlocks the door? And that is the challenge for Bea Priestley. That is the challenge for Indy Hartwell. That is the challenge for, who was the other person you mentioned? Cedric Alexander. I mean, could Cedric, you know, get any bigger? Can he change his look? Can he get better in the ring? Can he find a gimmick that kind of takes him to the next level? If you can be the talk of the town like Timeless Toni Storm is, or, you know, I'd say Matt Cardona's done a good job. Matt Cardona calling himself King of the Indies and having his toy company and constantly being spoken about and, you know, building up a fan base that want to see him back. And he's not going to come back as that rider. He's coming back as Matt Cardona. I think he's done a good job. Maybe not to the same level as Cody, who went and became the American Nightmare. But still has done, I think, a very good job. And, you know, if you look at Matt Cardona, he has been motivated to put the work in, not just in the gym, but, you know, the king of the indie kind of gimmick, always ready, trying to find any kind of angle he can find. And I think it's worked quite well for him. And he's found his way back to NXT now. You know, he's being used in matches now. Wouldn't shock me now that he's got his foot in the door. And certainly the relationship with Chelsea is helping there. But it wouldn't shock me if they use him more. It wouldn't shock me if he gets signed to NXT. And then, you know, it's up to whether he makes it back to the main roster. So Matt Cardona might have done it. He might have done it. I do think it's possible. I really don't think the door closes. I think it only closes when you reach a certain age and then WWE probably look at you and they're like... Or if, like, you know, maybe you've had a lot of injuries, but I mean, if you can have a good 5-6 years without injury and show that that's all in your past now, you might even be able to get some, you know, if you're Tegan Knox, you might even be able to get some distance there, you know? You might even be able to move away from that kind of label of being injury prone, which Tegan Nox definitely suffered from. So if she could have 5-6 years of not getting injured, reinventing herself, yeah, she could find a way back. It's just hard to picture them people now because they are all kind of in the exact same spot as when they left WWE. It'd be like Goldust right now still being, be like Cody right now still being Stardust and us wondering if he'll ever find his way back. My point is, we've seen dozens of releases. If AEW isn't a landing spot, you can grind on the indies, but trying to get back on the main roster is difficult. WWE's focus is on the roster, NXT, and future signings. Yeah, I don't disagree. But when they say do a Cody, do a Drew, no one is saying that that's easy. No one's saying that you just go and do that. I mean, they're telling you there is a way back, and it's been done by Matt Cardona, by Cody Rhodes, by Drew McIntyre, right? People have left, and they've managed to come back. And they've managed to come back because of reinvention. It is possible, and I think it's possible for those people as well. But they've got to reinvent themselves. They've got to change their gimmicks. That is the hard thing. And, maybe you've got to improve your promos. Maybe you've got to improve your match quality. Maybe you've got to get involved in a promotion like New Japan and, really get into a feud that grabs attention, right? It's not easy. No one's saying it's easy, but it's also not impossible. And I don't mind them saying that. I really don't. I don't mind them saying that. It's up to the talent as to, they've got all these options in front of them. It's not, they don't have to go to AEW. AEW is irrelevant. You don't have to go to AEW. Matt Cardona only had like one appearance or so in AEW. I don't think Drew McIntyre had any. So you don't have to go to AEW. You could go to New Japan. You could work the indies. It's about going away, reinventing yourself, getting a gimmick that works, and then having people wanting you. It's about AEW wanting you. It's about WWE wanting you because what you're doing is desirable. And what you're doing is working and it's getting attention. It's hard, but possible. Tegan Nox was one of a handful of MMA women they brought in, saying real fighters. They had as much flavor as a glass of room temperature water, says Rob. I'm not sure she has an MMA background. She was an indie wrestler. Maybe she's done a little bit of MMA, but she didn't come over from an MMA world. She was an indie wrestler. I even watched her in Wolverhampton. Nixon Newell. I think, didn't she work with like What Culture Pro Wrestling for a bit? I'm sure she was like their women's champion. I saw her at Trent Seven's promotion, Fight Club Pro. He ran a promotion in Wolverhampton. It's great. In retrospect, I didn't go to that anywhere near as much as I should have. I mean, he had like Gunther on that card, on his cards. He was having the Bucks. He was having all these people. So she was an indie wrestler. Maybe she had a touch of MMA training. I'm not sure, but yeah, there was a buzz around her. She was like this young, good-looking Welsh girl that kind of was doing the rounds, hitting all the big promotions, indie promotions. And so, they pick her up and she gets injured. I mean, I think the injuries massively derail her momentum. I mean, she gets injured, big knee injuries twice, but they like her so much that she still finds her way to the main roster. I think she makes a mistake at this point, though, because I don't know. I mean, she covers herself in like tattoos, which is fine. We've seen that with Rhea Ripley. But her gimmick wasn't like this kind of tattooed goth chick. I don't know what her gimmick was. I mean, she was like wearing different colored makeup. She had like brightly colored hair. She had tattoos, but it wasn't like a full sleeve. They were just sort of dotted around. And, it's not like Rhea where she's got this full sleeve and it works for her presentation. That kind of dark goth chick. I couldn't tell what Tegan was trying to be. I couldn't tell what the gimmick even was. I mean, she was being herself, which is fine. But what is that? I mean, maybe that was WWE's fault for not telling us more about her and for us to be able to connect to her. I just couldn't. I remember this good-looking girl on the indies that could really work, and by the time she gets to WWE's main roster, she has obviously suffered injury. She's got the knee braces. She's had big setbacks. She's changed her hair color. She's wearing brightly colored makeup. She's covered in tattoos. And she just feels different from the girl that was on the indies. But I don't know who this new girl is. I'm not saying it was bad or wrong. I'm just saying that she had changed. The girl they signed is not the girl that hits the main roster. But that happens a lot. You sign people and they find a character and evolve. And, a lot of people aren't the same person they were when they were signed. But I did find main roster Tegan to not really be anything that I could hang my hat on. I just didn't know anything about her. I just didn't know anything about her. I don't think they'd done a very good job of introducing us to her. And I just sort of feel like she just sort of lost her way. That's how it felt to me. And I think it was probably more WWE's fault than hers. But I don't know, if she'd had a gimmick or she'd had something that she was really dialing in on, then maybe that would have focused her. But I don't think she did. And if she did, I don't know what it was. Apart from, this is me being me. But when I don't know who you are, that doesn't really help me, does it? So, yeah, I'd say these were like the issues we had with Tegan. And we just didn't have any momentum. And, that was the end of the road. Laser Show said, I hope that R-Truth gets a moment with Cena at Saturday night's main event. He's been a big part of Cena over the last few years. He should be the one to give out a hug and say goodbye, said Laser Show. Well, they gave R-Truth a lot this year. He's had a few matches with John and a few moments. Obviously, a lot of it was to do with John being a heel, and it was all very confusing. And, even R-Truth's year has been very confusing. Yeah, I don't know. The booking at times this year has been very, very strange. Hasib said, Daze, on Jay for a minute, okay? In my opinion, he needs to be moved from the main roster scene. Every week he does like his stupid entrance. He does the same catchphrase promo. He doesn't say anything significant and then he leaves. Okay, yeah, I think that's fair. I think a lot of people would agree. I think it's difficult just because I think WWE is, and I'm terrible at this, right? I will hold my hands up and say I am terrible at this. But WWE is a lot of different things for different people. And I forget that all the time, right? I hold my hands up. This is not me having a knock at anyone. This is me saying I forget this because I watch WWE and I feel like the whole show is, aimed at me just as it's aimed at you. But we're not all looking for the exact same thing. And so when you've got like Alexa and Lily, I mean, Lily ain't for me, right? Never has been. But when you see young girls and people that are fans of Alexa buying the Lily dolls and, holding them up and, engaging with that, you kind of go, okay, yeah, no, I get it. It's not for me, but it is for someone. And, I kind of feel the same with Jay. In the sense of Jay was in a tag team, the Usos. I really enjoyed their work. I think they're one of the best WWE tag teams. And then he went solo, which was good because I was enjoying the bloodline. And then since he's gone solo, I sort of feel like the entrance, the yeeting, it feels like it's very, very family friendly, which makes sense. I think he's cool. They tried to make him look cool with the shades. I like his merch colors. He has like pinks and blues. It's very like Miami. It's got a very Miami Vice type vibe to it. And I kind of like that. I think that's a good aesthetic. I think that works for him with the pinks and the baby blues and the shades with the yeet written across and everything. You could see him hanging out in Miami, hanging out in LA, yeah? Hanging out in those sorts of places. I don't know that I see him in Texas or anything like that, but I see him in LA, California. I can see him hanging out in Miami, right? And I think that it's a good vibe for him. But he's obviously very family friendly. The kids absolutely love him, right? Because they can be at home doing the hand gesture, doing the yeet. They can wear the shades. They can wear the brightly coloured shirt that's got yeet on it. Go around doing that. Like, it just works for them. And there's adults that like him as well, of course. But I think he has transitioned from when he was in the Bloodline to a more family-friendly sort of vibe, where I think I look at Jay, and maybe this is wrong, but I look at Jay as the kids' representative. He's the children's entertainer of WWE, and I do not mean that as a disrespect. I mean, to me, he is very much going to be someone that the kids love. They buy his merch. He's around the main event scene. They're not watching for his match quality. They're not bothered about his promos. They just love him. That's their guy, and he is the representative for them. So what I would say is you can move him out the main event scene, but I think he does have a decent following. And I think then he has to go into a feud or into a mid-card sort of situation for a title. I think he's always going to be used as a big star because the numbers are there to say that he is a big star. But the thing is, he's a big star, I think, largely with a young fan base that don't care about match quality. Don't matter to them. Don't make no difference to them if the match is 2 stars, 3 stars. And I used to be that way. I was that. When I was a kid, I didn't care. British Bulldog, to me, I just wanted him to be world champion. It didn't matter to me if he had a 5-star match or not. I wasn't even scoring matches. I just wanted the guy from Britain to be the WWE champion because it was mind-blowing to me that there was someone from Britain in WWE anyway. So could he make it to the top? Could he be the guy? You know, could he have the top belt? I really wanted that as a kid. I really wanted him to achieve it. And I was so devastated when I thought he'd won that Rumble. I think, was it 95? Thought he'd won the Rumble. It turned out to be Shawn. And, Shawn's didn't get eliminated, skinned the cat. That is one of my most heartbreaking moments in WWE history. As a kid, thinking the Bulldog had won the Rumble and was going to go on to WrestleMania to fight for the belt, only to find out that Shawn had never even been eliminated. And, Bulldog celebrating and Shawn dumps him over. Oh, I was heartbroken, mate. Flipping heartbroken. And I feel like the kids are like that now. I feel like the kids don't care. That's their guy. So I look at Jay in that way as being the representative for the younger demographic. And in a way, that helps me because it doesn't really matter to me if he is good in the ring or not. I can just look at Jay as being that representative for the kids. I understand he's got a big following. I understand why he's being pushed and why he's being used. There's just others I would go with, I was rooting for Punk in the Jay Punk match. And, I'm not particularly interested in seeing Jay kind of get back to that world title just because the things I'm looking for are good matches and Jay has not consistently been delivering those. But if he did start, if for some reason it clicked and he works it out and he does start delivering good matches on a regular basis, I don't hate Jay. I don't have any issue with Jay. I understand that his entrance, winds people up, but Seth Rollins' entrance has wound me up for flipping years. And people aren't down on Seth winning world titles. So I kind of look at it that way. But if you want to move him out of that main event scene, it's absolutely fine. I won't push back on it. But I do think there are some numbers that must say that was the right direction and that was the person to get behind and that he's still a person that gets sizable support, which is why he continues to get these kinds of opportunities. It wouldn't shock me to find that out. I don't think there's a great mystery as to why they're pushing like Jay. I think that he's got over with the kids, and I think the kids make up a sizable amount of the WWE universe. Steve said, okay, if he does have to be who he is for the kids, at least bring something. Don't keep coming out with the same catchphrase. He's not progressing anything storyline. Then you'll leave. Then you'll learn there's nothing worth seeing. Yeah, but I listen, I don't agree. I don't disagree with you that it's a lot of the same things out of him. The only thing I would say is that I'm not sure his audience care. I think the WWE audience, you see a lot of people online that aren't interested. So I don't think you're wrong. I think you're right. The only thing I would just say is that I don't think his audience care. I think if you love Jay, you love Jay. And you're happy to just yeet and, you know, all that kind of stuff. What I'm looking for out of him is I'm looking for better matches. That's number one, right? If he was to at least get in there and start giving us some 4-star matches, and not 4 stars like Meltzer gave that match with Punk, which I have no idea what happened there. No one will ever convince me that was a 4-star match. Like a genuine 4-star match. If we can start delivering those. I mean, the finish to that match was very good, but it didn't erase the 15 minutes that came before it. For me, that match is like 3.25, 3.5 at best. At best. And I don't even know if it reaches that level for many. No way is that a 4-star match. No way. No way. But Meltzer says it is, and you'll find plenty of Jay fans that say it is. But if we're going to be real, if we're going to be honest, then I don't think that's a 4-star match in a month for Sundays. So I'd definitely be looking for his match quality to get better. And then, you know, in his promos, it would be good if he could have some killer lines. I don't know why no one helps him with that. I don't know why no one comes in and gives him some killer lines. Punk can deliver them on a regular basis. I mean, I've seen enough Jay promos where I would be sitting him down going, here's some stuff. We've had some lines written for you. Use some of these. I don't trust Jay enough to go out there with a microphone and kill it. I think his delivery can be okay. I think sometimes he can also get a bit lost in his delivery. Sometimes he can like be talking and stumble a bit and just get lost a little bit. I do think with Jay, you've got to keep it short, focused. I don't know why he just doesn't seem to be able to cut like really long promo. Perhaps it's because his whole career, he's so used to coming in with the odd line and then Jimmy would and then he would. You know, welcome to the USO penitentiary kind of a thing, you know, where they're not both coming out with like really long dialogue. This is the challenge, isn't it, when you're a tag wrestler compared to a singles wrestler? You know, you're a singles wrestler, you got to carry the whole match on your own. If you're a singles wrestler, you got to cut a long promo on your own. You ain't got that person there for support that's going to pick up the slack if you get lost. If you get lost, you get lost, and you get exposed to the world. So I think it is a very different challenge for Jay, and I think the adjustment has been... I don't think bumpy is unfair. I think even he would admit it's been bumpy. But I think that the support has been there. The yeeting has worked. The kids don't really care. They still support him. Merch sales have been really good. I'd imagine the numbers, Google searches, all of that show that he's one of their top stars. And this is why he's just constantly used. But yes, oh my God, backstage, you'd be having so many conversations with him. I mean, I'd be getting someone to sit down with him and rewatch his match after every match to see which bits went wrong, what he was thinking, how we can improve it. I'd constantly be doing that. If Jay worked, you've got a hell of a talent. You know, if Jay was to have great matches and do great promos, I mean, you can see why they're so excited about him. He is someone that is, you know, very cool looking and has got great support. He's sort of got that it factor without quite having the it factor. That's how I would describe Jay. He's someone that's got the it factor but doesn't quite have the it factor. He's someone that he's in the neighborhood of it, but he just can't find the right door. He's knocking on doors to see if he can find it. And he's in the right neighborhoods, but he just at the moment he just can't find it. At the moment it ain't clicked. It ain't all fallen into place. And we did wonder if when he won at WrestleMania, that would be it. But yeah, I mean, honestly, promos, just not enough killer lines, matches, just not consistent enough with, you know, being 4 stars, blah, blah, blah. And that's the level, honestly. That's what I see needing to be delivered if you are going to be a world heavyweight champion. And listen, I think you could point to Gunther and say there's areas that needed improving. You can point to Cody and say there's areas that need improving. You can point to Jay and say there's areas that need improving. You can point to Seth and say there's areas that need improving. I don't know that there's anyone out there that's necessarily perfect. Punk is pretty damn good. Very good matches, very good promos. Definitely got the support of the crowds. Feel like Punk, Roman, they're the ones that have kind of cracked it. But even Cody's getting plenty of criticism because of the creative. So yeah, Jay, he hasn't quite worked it out. But how far away from working it out is he? Some will say very, very far. Others might say just got to improve in these a bit. He should probably check drains. That's where he lives. It factor that he has is related to 40% of the roster, said Mishta. Taker 1990 said, Daze, I get why you say Gunther should be Cena's final opponent. However, do you see Gunther giving Cena his flowers after the match? I just don't see Gunther doing what AJ did to CJ. I don't think it matters. I don't need Gunther to give Cena his flowers. The crowd will do that. I think that I could see Gunther nodding at... I'm just trying to picture the finish. 1, 2, 3. An absolutely exhausted Gunther, because it will be a war. It won't be a squash. I mean, it'll go a good amount of time. And I think Gunther will have to give everything he's got. I can see him being absolutely exhausted. I could see Gunther even just hunched over, just having to try and catch his breath for a second. I think I could see them shake hands, actually. If Gunther gets up and puts his hand out, John shakes his hand, Gunther then just rolls out the ring. I don't think it's going to be anything like a big hug, but I don't think it needs to be. I think a handshake, which I think Gunther would give after winning such a brutal battle, I could see Gunther do that, yes. But I don't think it needs to be like... I certainly don't see Gunther hugging Cena, holding his arm in the air, or anything along those lines. But then I don't see Dominic Mysterio doing that. I think if you're a heel, the furthest you would go would be a handshake. If you want more than that, then you're going to have to put him in there with a baby face. And you can do that, but I don't think there's necessarily a baby face that I would put in there instead of Gunther. I think Gunther's the right person. I think Gunther is going to give Cena the best match. I think Gunther is on the verge of winning the WWE Championship, and this gives him a real push towards that in 2026. We're constantly screaming out for new main event talent. And people are like, oh, Cody's come over from AEW. CM Punk is a name from the past. Roman Reigns is now working a reduced schedule. Seth Rollins has been in the main event scene for the last 10 years. Blah, 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 blah. Gunther would be genuinely someone that they had brought in via NXT UK and got to the main event level. And he hasn't come in from AEW. He's not a legend that's been around for 10 years. Yes, it's took a lot of work to get him to where he is. It's always going to. But that would be a real success story, Gunther was work in progress. And WXW in Germany when he got signed. He's not someone from New Japan. He's not someone from AEW. He's not someone that's, come from TNA or anything. So I actually think that is a fair criticism, that we've not built up this new main roster talent, this new main event talent. But I think Gunther is one of those that we have, and he is literally knocking on that WWE Championship door. I could see Gunther beat Cody. No problem. I could see Gunther Cody at WrestleMania 42. I would not be down on that match at all. Gunther Cody, WWE Championship, main event, yeah, goods. I'd have no problem with that. Obviously, it would take a lot of builds, but I think Gunther's been on the main roster a good few years. 2-time World Heavyweight Champion. Longest reigning Intercontinental Champion ever. and also the guy that retired John Cena, which you could get a lot of mileage out of next year, early next year. I mean, if he retires Cena, that gives him a big boost, really raises his profile. And, him against Cody for the title at Mania, I would have no issue with that match. No issue with that at all. But I think he does still need a bit of work because it's been a bit stop-start with Gunther this year. He loses the belt at Mania, then gets it back 50-odd days later, then loses it 50 days after that to Punk, and then he's not seen since. It's not been a very good year this year for building him. He lost at Mania, lost at SummerSlam. It's not his second championship run was 50-odd days. I mean, this has not been a great year for Gunther. It's been good in the sense of he's been around the main event scene and he was featured prominently at WrestleMania and at SummerSlam. And he did main event SummerSlam. But he did lose both. It hasn't really built his aura. So I feel like if we are going to now get him to the WWE Championship, we need to get to that next level. So I could see him shake Cena's hand. I think that's enough. And I think there's big positives as to why Gunther being that final person would make a lot of sense. Richard said, Daze, I think LA Knight's opponent could be Joe Hendry. Yes, I'd say that's the lead in theory. I think for them to not announce who it is makes a lot of sense that it's going to be someone special. I don't know that if it's someone from NXT that really it's going to, be that exciting. If it's like Uber or someone like that, I mean, yeah, I think people are looking for it to be one of those names from a different company, like a Jeff Hardy, like a Joe Hendry, like a Matt Cardona, someone that's not under a WWE contract right now. So Joe Hendry, I think, is probably the front runner. And there's even people saying the reason he didn't say the name is because if he said the name, Joe Hendry would appear. Which I can agree with, and I understand that. I think it's a very good theory. The other thing as well, though, is I think when it comes to these people that don't work for WWE, I think all of them are going to be better as surprises. I don't think anyone wants any of them to be announced before we actually get to the match. So if I was WWE, regardless of if it's Joe or not, I still wouldn't announce it. I would just have any of those from outside the company be sort of mysteries. Because, people can't wait to tune in and find out who it's going to be. And obviously there's a lot of speculation. But no, I agree. I think Joe Hendry is the leading theory at the moment. So I think you're absolutely right. Matteo says, Daze, hello. Raw is so stacked. We got 2 title matches and a rumored John Cena match. Have you heard the rumor? I have. Also on Friday, I don't know if you saw, but it looked like Nikki Cross had a championship belt. I didn't see, Matteo. I didn't see. Can't comment on that. Didn't see. I haven't had anyone tag me in that either. So I don't know. Was it something that looked like a championship belt? Could you see it was a championship belt? I certainly didn't notice that. Jessica said, I'm looking forward to Raquel versus Stephanie. Yep, should be good. J14 said, definitely want to see Cody versus Gunther in a proper feud beside their crown jewel match. But maybe it's just me. I would prefer heel Randy against Cody. No, I'm down for that as well. Definitely down for that as well. Tony said, LA Knight loses to whoever this is, including Joe Hendry. He might as well pack his bags. He's never getting pushed, says Tony. Daze, how would you feel about Oba against John? Says Yabba Dabba Drewski. I wouldn't be down on it, honestly. I mean, I think Gunther as the last opponent makes the most sense because, as I said, I think that we're trying to build a genuine main event talent. And I feel like, if we're being honest, a lot of people maybe don't see him as WWE champion because, he's just a little flat at the moment. And I think a large part of that is because of this year, where he tapped out to Jay and then lost to CM Punk. This isn't someone that has got momentum. This isn't someone that's been undefeated for 2 years. This isn't someone that's coming out and bragging and, gloating away. This isn't someone that we've built crazy creative around. This is someone that's a great talent, that's achieved a lot, and is ready for that next step. You can make him a 3-time world champ, right? But at some point, the next step for him is WWE champion. No one would bat an eyelid if you put the world heavyweight title on him, yeah? If Gunther beat Punk, no one would be surprised, because they already had a match at SummerSlam for the title, and Punk got pushed to his limit. So you could absolutely do that rematch. The next step is the WWE Championship belt. And I think that in order to get there, you're going to need to give him momentum, give him wins, make him look dominant, and actually a push like being Cena's last opponent, I think really helps him, massively helps him. I think this is the parting gift of John Cena. John Cena's parting gift is to give Gunther something that he's missing, and that is a big statement win that the world tunes into. Everyone's fighting for this. Everyone wants this because it's such a big deal, right? And I can see how it would benefit Gunther. I can see how he is the right person, right? But I wouldn't sit here and say he's the only right person. I mean, if you said, what about Oba? Well, what I would say about Oba is he's NXT. We haven't seen him on the main roster. So you could bring him in, but a lot of people aren't going to know who he is. It would be obviously a back and forth. He would get the win. He would definitely grab attention. That win over Cena would be big. You might be able to catapult him up to a World Heavyweight Championship match, right? As a result of beating Cena. Get him up there. But is that right for Oba to move him that quickly? I mean, the thing with Oba is you could get him to a World Heavyweight Championship just normally, naturally, just by, going through the mid-card and building him and, taking the normal route. Do we need to move that quick with Oba would be my question. I don't think Oba beating John and then getting a mid-card run is a great way of capitalizing, do you know what I mean, on being the guy that beat Cena. I think if you're the person that beats Cena, it's got to be a world title next, surely. I mean, for Oba to beat Cena and then go after the Intercontinental, I sort of feel like that diminishes the Cena win. So if Oba beats Cena, next up's a world title in my mind. Do we need to move that quick with Oba? Is there a rush? Is there a fire? I don't know. For me, that's what I would say. I think Oba's a great talent. I wouldn't cry about it if it was Oba, but I would find myself just wondering why we didn't give it Gunther, when I think that Gunther is more experienced, further down the road, on the verge of a WWE Championship run. He's already been a World Heavyweight Champion twice, but he's ready for that next step up, and I do see the WWE title as a step up. And the thing with Oba is, he's not had any matches on the main roster. He's an NXT talent that's got great potential in the future. I feel like Oba being a Cena opponent is fine, but I personally don't think I would give him the last match, because I think after beating John, your next stop is a world title, and I don't know that I want to move that quick with Oba. I do find with a lot of WWE fans, and I'm just moving general now, there is a real lack of patience. I mean, everyone just wants people to get to world titles like now. It's got to be, do you know what I mean? Let's go. I mean, like, Stephanie has got to that world title really quick. I don't know that that's a great thing, to be honest. You look at how quickly Tiffany had got to the world title. I don't know that that was a great thing, to be honest. To move to those belts so quickly. So I really see like this as a mountain that has to be conquered. I understand that occasionally there's people that can conquer that mountain real quick, like a Brock Lesnar, and maybe like an Oba Femi. But I don't know. For me, it's all about the climb. I watch UFC and I watch boxing, and I watch those going through, trying to climb their mountains. I'm watching Moses Atama right now. Brilliant heavyweight prospect in boxing.
And, you know, he's working his way towards a Usyk fight. And, you know, he's got a fight coming up in January. He just beat Dillian White before that. He can't remember who he beat before that, but he's beaten a lot of big names, right? A lot of really good talent, but he's climbing that mountain. And same with like in UFC when you're watching like Tom Aspinall trying to conquer the heavyweight division, whatever. Paddy Pimblett in action, whatever. I feel the same with WWE where this talent is climbing this mountain trying to achieve the mountaintop, which is being world champion. I sort of feel like if you get them very quickly to that, you're kind of cutting out the story. I understand you can be a multiple time champion. I do understand that. But I feel like, I don't know, part of WWE is watching the climb. So I'm never in a rush. There's never a fire like they've got to get a world title and it's got to be now. I don't understand that mentality. For me, watching the climb, watching them, like, you know, navigate their way towards the title is like a big part of what WWE is all about. It's two people battling to be the best so that one progresses and the other one sort of stays where they are. And you do lots of matches, mid-card titles, might maybe do a side quest with the tag titles, but you're climbing that mountain. For people to go just straight to the very top is like, okay, well, it's a story, but it's not something I would do very often. So if you're going to bring Ober in as an NXT talent, having beat John, I really think the next stop is the world title. And I don't know that I want to move that quick. Not when I've got Gunther, who's already climbed that mountain and has had the world heavyweight title twice, and his next stop is WWE Championship. So that's why, for me, Gunther is the preference. But people don't have to agree with what I'm saying. I've said this all the time. You do not have to listen to me and go, yes, I agree. You could be like, no, I disagree. I think it should be Ober. Let's just shock the system. Let's just bring someone in that a lot of people don't know and just have him murk John or something like. And that's the way you want to go, and that's fine. I mean, that's a direction. You could absolutely do that. But I understand why Gunther is the front runner, and I think I see what they're trying to achieve with it being Gunther. Let him in, said Daze. It's a shame because Jay was with Roman so long. He had amazing promos that might work so many times, but he just hasn't gotten better. Yeah, I think it's, I don't know what's going on, honestly, with Jay. I feel like there's weeks where he regresses and actually, you know, ends up kind of going backwards a little bit rather than moving forwards. I don't know if it's nerves. I don't know if it's just general inexperience, or I don't know. I don't know if it could be nerves. I don't know if it's not that he is just trying to remember everything he's got to do and everything he's got to say. I don't know. It's very hard because I'm not there with him. It'd be very interesting. I mean, I'm sure they are doing everything they can to make this work. I've no doubt they want this to work, and I've no doubt that they're aware of the things that don't quite land, and about how do we improve those. I am definitely on the side of improvement. I'm not on the side of, oh, Jay's rubbish, let's get rid of him. No. I am on the side of how do we get Jay to where he should be, right? And so I suppose in a way, this is why I'm okay with them featuring him, using him. But I do want to see that progression. And I understand why people get frustrated when they don't see that progression. And I also understand that at some point, you kind of are flogging a dead horse where you are trying to get something out of him that's just not coming. And so at what point do you just go, this isn't working? We've tried everything. Without actually being part of WWE and knowing what's been attempted and knowing what the issues are and knowing where the frustrations are and knowing what the expectations are and blah, 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 you know, it's very difficult to kind of have the conversation. The only thing I can say is his match quality is not consistent enough for me. I can go through, you know, Cage Match or whatever and look at how his matches have been scored. And for me, I don't need Cage Match. We score them ourselves. I could look at the community scores and see the middling, honestly. You know, lots of goods, Lots of good rated matches, but very rarely, if ever, do we get into great. And I think to be a world champion, you need to be hitting great on a fairly consistent basis. Your matches should be in that great range a lot. And then you look at his promos, and it's hard, isn't it, to point out like Great J promos, because he doesn't tend to have too many killer lines. His delivery can be good, but when it goes on for a little while, he does also run the risk of getting a little bit lost. So, and just tripping over the words a little bit, or stumbling a little bit on the words. And not that it's a major problem, but it's just something that can be at times noticeable. So I wish him nothing but the best, genuinely. I'm not a Jay hater. I'm really not. I see that he serves a purpose and there is a fan base for him. And I really want it to work for him as well. So I'm a Jay supporter, if anything, yeah? I want it to work more than I don't want it to work. There's not really any benefit in it not working. I want it to work, and I can see what they see in him. But the plane just hasn't landed so far. If we're in the neighborhood knocking on doors, we haven't found the right door. It's that simple. It's just, it hasn't fallen into place. It hasn't clicked. It could do. It could do. It could get worked out and click at any time, but it's hard to know what they're feeding back to him and what they're talking about on a consistent basis. This is where I think Unreal would be fascinating. If Unreal was real, right, where we actually saw real conversations, oh my God, show me what Triple H is saying to Jey Uso. Show me. In Gorilla, I want to see that feedback. I want to see Jay cut a promo, go back, and I want to see what Triple H says. I want to see Jay have a match that's so-so, gets a bit lost, few botches, whatever in there, few slip-ups, missed timings, miscommunications, match is okay, 3 stars, a usual Jay match. I want to see the feedback. I want to know what's said. I want to know what they're saying to him. You know, show me that in Unreal. That's why I got excited for Unreal, for those kinds of moments that we spend so long talking about, that we now have a show that could actually show us what is being said behind the scenes. I mean, don't forget, in Unreal, there was that moment where in creative, they said that Jay has got to stop getting out of breath. It's derailing his promos. You know, he's got to work on his conditioning and cardio. I mean, we can't do anything with him if every time he does his entrance, he's completely just out of breath. And it was like, yes, we've been saying that. We've said that on these streams. And how interesting that in the creative meeting, they said the exact same thing. So, you know, that's for me is why Unreal was so interesting. And I felt that show delivered, but many people thought it maybe revealed a bit too much. But whatevs, they are working on the next series of it, and I am very much looking forward to that. Okay, Raw is about to begin, my friends. Raw is about to begin, and we know that John Cena is going to be opening the show, and that show is beginning now. Let's go, kings and queens. We are going to do the breakdown video. I still haven't decided if I'm doing it as a live or not. It won't be any different. I'll just do it to get it out as quick as possible. There is a real chance that it will be done live, but that stream is not set up yet. Okay, here we go then. We are about to get underway. Dun, 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 dun. Then, now, forever together. Welcome to Boston. Okay, so we're in Boston. There's Shinsuke. We're just seeing some people arriving. Who will be John Cena's final opponent? There is Damian Priest. Looks like we got a lot of John Cena images on the wall backstage. I wonder if that's like a permanent wall that they have for John. There's the Kabuki Warriors. Asuka without her face paint on as well. Asuka and Kairi. There is Nikki and... So Nikki and Stephanie arrive in. Oh yeah, Logan Paul knocking out CM Punk. Okay, Daze, how are you? I'm good, thank you, Liam. Hope you're well. When Cena retires, do we think he'll be retired for good? Yes. Because you know the old cliche of a wrestler is never truly retired until they come out of retirement. No, I think he is done. He's actually spoken it quite a few times and said this is it. And I do believe him. Especially when he says things like... loud Cena chants. Especially when he says things like, you know, I pride myself on my words. And you kind of go, okay. He's giving his word. He is saying, and he said in interviews, he is definitely done. We're seeing the TD Garden. Okay, here we go then. Loud cheer. Very loud cheer. We've already had Cena chants breaking out. Oh, Triple H in the ring. Triple H is starting the show. So we had Cena chants, but it's Triple H. So I think Triple H is going to introduce John. We know that John's opening the show. Signing the crowd said, I traveled 800 miles to see Cena. Okay, well, listen, this is very special. John Cena's final time in Boston as an active WWE superstar. And it looks like Triple H is going to give him the intro that he truly deserves. Triple H, of course, milking this moment. Looking out at the fans. Feeling the energy. We've already had loud Cena chants. Here we go. Is it going to be a, are you ready? Triple H chants. Yeah, Triple H chants. He'll love that. He'll flipping love that. Triple H in the ring then, looking out at the crowds. Real energy at the start of Raw. He appreciates the crowd chanting his name. Yes. A very special night. Yes. Okay. They all have their opinions on who the greatest is. Mm. Okay. Okay. Triple H said it's debatable who the GOAT is, but I think we can all agree tonight. It's a big intro. It's a great intro. John deserves this so much. An undeniable GOAT. A Mount Rushmore talent. Wow. What a line. Let's go. It's my honor. Here we go. On your feet. So special. Ah. Mate, that pop is huge. Triple H doing a big intro for the Never Seen 17. Look at this. John Cena in Boston one final time, and it is a goosebumps moment. Looking at the fans. The energy, the noise, the pop, the excitement. The last time is now, it says. Yeah, I think even John is blown away, to be honest. Takes a few steps back. Looks at the towel. It's going to be good, John says to Stu. Let's go to work. Drink it in, John. Drink it in, because you deserve every single moment of this. John Cena in the ring in Boston, his hometown. Sign in the crowd said Cena equals Brady. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's a massive open to this week's Raw. Let's see what John's got to say. Cut it, cut it. Let's see what John's got to say. Crowd, mate, the noise. The noise. Cena, 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 Cena. What an intro. What an amazing night we've got here. He wants to get on with this. We're moving quite quick, actually. We got a thank you, Cena chant. Thank you, Cena. Ringing out around the arena. It's really good. I'm not sure why Triple H has stayed in the ring. Who should John Cena face? It's amazing how often this question came up, says John. Oh? What is my goal? He's excited. So he's excited for the start of the tournament. They're going to have to bring it because I'm not going down without a fight, says John. Oh, hello. An announcement. Yes. Booze for his last match. People don't want him to go. Oh. Okay. A night of opportunity. Oh, wow. That's interesting. That's a great idea. Wow. So Saturday night's main event is going to be main roster versus NXT. I wanted to come to Boston one last time. You deserve it. You deserve it. Oh my God, they just censored WWF. Oh, God. The animals wouldn't have minded, would they? If we'd have said WWF. Oh, here we go. Dominic. Dirty Dominic interrupts. Dirty Dom Dom. Okay, so an announcement made about Saturday night's main event, which I think is really good. Here is Dirty Dominic Dom Dom. Okay, this was the rumor. This was what was expected. Dirty Dom making his way down. This is a big opportunity for this young man. Big opportunity. Lot of weight on his shoulders here, you know, Dom. Imagine interrupting John Cena when he's in the ring in Boston. for the last time. Boos for Dirty Dom. The crowd did not want to see him. Oh, he's in here speaking Espanol. He's going off on Triple H here. You're talking about the future. Shut the F up is the chant. Shut the F up is the chant. This crowd want nothing to do with Dirty Dom. That's exactly what I want. I want Dom to have his heat again, said Tony. Crowd booing again. Triple H. Crowd continue to boo. His neck tattoo's got bigger, Dom. I don't care what you've got going on here, because whatever it is not as important as me. Let's calm down. We do have a rowdy crowd. Here we go. Boos for Dom. Dominic, welcome to Boston, Massachusetts, says John. It's not about you or Boston. Dominic says to John he'll put him down. Okay. I can't hear what they're chanting. Oh, you effed up, I think is the chant. You effed up. I'm John Cena. You've forgotten where you are. You've forgotten who you're talking to. Right. John Cena getting right in Dom's face. Tonight, I am invincible, says Super Cena's here. Super Cena. If you want to pick a fight with me, I promise tonight you will lose. Wrong time, wrong place, wrong guy. It's good, this, isn't it? You effed up was the chant, said Jeremy. Jeremy, shout out to you, buds. Oh, he's got respect for Ray. Fine speech, says Niall. Yeah, it's over. So he says, turn around, walk your ass back through that curtain. Anytime, any place, any era, I would have whooped you. Okay, so it's just a bit of back and forth right now. John said to Dominic, be careful what you say. Dominic says he would have whooped him anywhere, any place. Triple H is standing in between John and Dominic. We're having to... I don't know why we have to keep censoring this. Come on, we're all adults. Jesus Christ. Triple H said he agrees with the people in Boston. Anytime, any place. Seems like a damn good era, said Triple H. Seems like a good place. Seems like one hell of a time. This is the match we were expecting at Survivor Series. You will defend the Intercontinental Championship. Oh, his face changes. Look at his face. Right here. Right now. It's now. Intercontinental Championship on the line. Get me a ref. Oh, mate. There were rumors. Rumors we were getting this match. I didn't think it would be right now. Look at the energy in this place. Here's the referee. John Cena says tonight he is invincible. We're about to find out. Dominic Mysterio having to defend that IC championship, and he is not thrilled about it. He is not thrilled about it. This is going to bang. This is going to bang. This is actually going to bang. Right, commercial break. Kieran said, what a great segment between Dom and Cena. Bella's sounded. We got Alicia stepping forward, doing the intro. 1-4. TJ said, we've got an indie wrestler in our community in Bones. Oh, well, maybe Bones can answer about the medical situation. Okay, Dom getting his intro. Just book Cena in War Games like they did with Randy. He hardly wrestled in War Games 2 years ago, says AB. Mayor Pete said it's going to be Dom Ray at Survivor Series. Larry said Triple H just dropped a nuke to open the show with a match. It's great. His opponent. She's... Alicia doing the intro. Still don't get the last real champion stuff. I really don't. John Cena getting his intro. Dominic jumps him. Dominic jumps him. And we're underway. The bell has sounded. They've started the match during the commercial break, which I think is really weird. We've still got a minute until we're back from commercial break, but the intros have been done. The match has started. Dominic's jumped John. John goes down and we are underway. Let's do a poll, shall we? Are we going to get a title change? They're not going to end the match before you come back. Does John win the IC title? Or is Dirty Dom going to cheat and retain? I can't see Dom winning clean. Let's have a look, shall we? Let's see what you lot are saying. Which way is this going to go? James said 10 days till the Ashes. Looking forward to it. It's going to be great. Well, hopefully it'll be great. Dominic over the other side. Little bit of a miss there. Bad camera angle. Cena kind of fell backwards as Dom went for a kick, but you could see that that kick didn't land. We're back from commercial break. And as we said, we're already underway with the action. John Cena is looking really shredded. He's looking really good. Let's go, Cena is the chant, of course. Yeah, brilliant. Over in the corner goes Dom. Cena, bang, with a bulldog. Dom rolls out the ring, goes to the outsides. Crowd are booing. Dom on the outside, regrouping. Cena in the ring. Wondered if he was going to go big. Wondered if he was going to dive to the outside. It's not his usual style, to be honest. In fact, his way in. Dominic regrouping. Cena coming over. I don't think he wants the referee counting him out. Dominic on the outside, going to the ring steps, climbing up. Cena does look shredded. He's looking so good. Phantom is cheering on Mysterio. Dominic is walking away. Cena is going after Dom as Dom kind of goes up the entranceway. Fighting in the entranceway right now. Headbutt there by Cena. Dominic goes down. Do you know, if we're doing all this now, what the hell are we ending this show? Nice reversal. Perhaps it's going to be like the Women's Championship's going to main event the show or something. To be honest, they only care that people tune in, don't they, on Netflix? They just want people tuning in. If you hear that John is on the show, he's having a match, perhaps like people will tune in. I don't think it really matters so much as to what's closed in the show. Cena was like, you ain't getting away that easily, said WWE fan. If Dom repeats the better than Eddie, he could rebuild the heat on himself, said the Phoenix. TJF said if Dom loses, Cena Grand Slam, Cena lose to Sheamus, and then Dom could fight Ray for the AAA, said TJF. In the ring goes Dom. Most people will only watch the Cena match and then just stop watching, said Kader. It does make you wonder why they didn't save it for later, though, because obviously if it was later, people would probably stick around. Or maybe they would step away and then come back later. Referee is counting away. Cena is in the ring. Dirty Dom looking for a suplex. Gets it. Going for three amigos. Three amigos. Crowd are booing away as Dirty Dom goes for another amigo. 1, 2. Kick out there by John. Match is carrying on. Pace of this a little bit slow, but you know this is going to get time. It's going to build. We've just had a lot of stuff on the outside of the ring. Mystic Mist said, Cena passing the title to the next generation, please. Well, good announcement that was made. So we are going to get the matches on that Saturday night's main event. But it's going to be main roster talent against NXT talent. It's going to be a real showcase. It's very clever, actually, because you know people are tuning in really for one match, and that's Cena's last match. The other matches don't matter. You don't need to book anything for that. So why not use it as a showcase for the next generation? Why not show them Obafemi, Trick Williams, Javon Evans? You know, why not showcase some of that talent that's coming through? So I think it's a great suggestion. I think it makes a lot of sense. I just hope that they don't book too many matches because I want to give the bulk of that second hour to John. Certainly don't want him coming out with like half an hour to go or something. Like, do you know what I mean? I'd give him most of that second hour for like proper intro, do the announcements, decent match, promo to finish. Gets caught there. Dom. I mean, to be honest, the open for this took a good 20-odd minutes. You know, we're already 32 minutes into Raw. And this match hasn't been going that long. Dom charging him. Oof. Face first. Bit. Massive clothesline there by John. Dirty Dom goes down. Intercontinental Championship on the line. And we absolutely could be seeing a new champion here. John Cena in a match for the IC title. John Cena back into the corner. Jean-Pierre said, now I think it's going to be someone from NXT. Oh, Cena goes to the outside. Dominic is climbing up. John is down on the outside. Dominic was able to move out the way. John Cena trying to get back in the ring is on the outside. Dirty Dom is in the ring as Cena is breaking the count. Crowd is still obviously making their voices heard. Dominic on the outside. Dominic going up, over, comes crashing down on John. Rolls him over. That won't be it. Kick out by John. You can't see me. John Cena is going to win, said Kyle Toy Show. Robbie said 3 title matches on Raw. You love to see it. Lone Star Friend said winning this makes Cena a Grand Slam champion. And love how they had Dom have one of John's last matches, said Josh. Daze, I'm a celebrity camp mates have been announced and there are no WWE stars. Have they? Well, in the UK, they've announced I didn't even know that was coming around. I'm not a massive viewer of I'm a Celeb, to be honest. Dominic goes up, over, knees up there by John. Daryl said, I think Cena wins tonight. He defends it next week against Dom, and Lesnar could cost Cena. That would put Cena and Lesnar in War Games. Right now, John trying to fire back, duck underneath. John against the ropes. He's throwing in these shoulder tackles. Dominic up and planted down. It's going to be a 5-knuckle shuffle. God, this must be so special for John, just going through these moments. He looks out at the fans. Even this moment right here, so special. Crowd chanting, you can't see me. 5-knuckle shuffle connects. Green shirt guy in the front row. He's going to go for that AA. Feels a bit soon for it. Dominic reverses. John goes into the ring posts. So John slumps down. Yeah, loads of energy, loads of noise. Dom goes over to the corner. He's taking off that top turnbuckle. I feel like we've got to do John, Braun, Breaker. I'll be really surprised if we don't get that match at some point. Feel like we've got to do that match. Dominic going for a chair. Tribal Chief said, acknowledge Cena and acknowledge me as well, said your Tribal Chief. Steel chair. Okay. Oh, Cena goes down as well. Chair in the middle of the ring. Dominic down. Cena down. Referee has got no clue as to what's gone down there. And a little tribute over to Eddie. True, actually, how John has been doing a lot of other people's finishing moves. Haven't seen any of that in this match. There's a wink there by John. A little wink by John over at Dominic. John right now has got Dom in his sights on the shoulders. AA! He's trying to get him to the middle of the ring. He's gone. Oh, referee down. Referee down. He's going to get in the STF, but there's no. He taps, but the referee didn't hear it. Cena's celebrating. Surely he knows better than that by now. Surely he knows better than that. That little wink from John, people are going to absolutely love that moment, that little Eddie moment. Referee down on the outside. Dominic goes to the outside as well. Let's get rid of the pole, shall we? As Dominic grabs that belt. Dominic getting back in the ring. John Cena distracted. John Cena distracted. Dominic with the belts. Duck underneath by Cena. On the shoulders. AA connects. We still don't have a referee. John Cena throws the belt out the ring. Here's the referee. Here's the ref. 1, 2. Ah! Oh my God. That was nearly it. That was nearly it. Oh, I really thought that was it, honestly. I really thought that was the moment. But they swerve us once again. John Cena down, Dominic down. The end of the match getting very, very close. Crowd are chanting for John. Dominic over against the rope. Cena coming over. Okay, he's in position for the 619. He's going to miss. He's going to miss. Oh, he connects. God damn it. Dominic goes up. Dominic with a big splash. No, reversed. Reversed. Cena's got Dom on the shoulders. AA. Boom. Here's the ref. 1, 2, 3. He's done it. John Cena wins. John Cena is the new Intercontinental Champ. Look, he's against. He's like, what? What? Honestly, when I woke up this morning, this was not an image I was expecting to see. Big rumors we were going to get John against Dominic at some point. But I didn't know it was tonight. And I didn't know if John was going to win. But he's done it. He is now a Grand Slam champion by adding that Intercontinental belt to his records. And he's done it in front of a red-hot Boston crowd. Yeah, man, that place erupted. There we go. Cena does it. Cena is the new Intercontinental Champion. There he is with the belt. Let's see what he's got to say. The champ is here. Here! Pyro! Pyro! What a shot. What a shot. There we go. John Cena has done it. The never seen 17 is now a Grand Slam champion. Everyone that wanted him to achieve that, he's done it. Wow, that's an open to Raw, isn't it? Might as well just end the flipping show now. Dun, 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 dun. You will have some people down on that because there'll be some people saying like, oh, we've just buried Dom and all that kind of stuff. I don't mind it. I wonder if Dom gets the rematch, though. That'd be interesting to know. Bam. Okay, there's Byron Saxton. Mark my words, I don't care what the dirt sheets are saying. Cena's last match will be putting Joe Hendry over, said Airborne. Match scores. Here's LA Knight getting an interview right now. So if you are just joining us, John Cena is the new United States champion. It's clearly John Cena country here, says LA Knight. Best champ Y2J needs to show up, said Abdul. We need an IC title open challenge, said K-Dub. Okay, so LA Knight's just talking about why is he in this tournament? John Cena's got a little something I want. What? He wants the IC title? Why does LA Knight want the IC title? That doesn't make much sense. Days, the manhood dream has come true, said Hannah. The manhood dream has come true. I like that, Hannah. That's very good. Very good. Days, obviously Cena is a first ballot Hall of Famer, but does WWE immediately put him in or save it? I would save it. I don't see a fire. I don't see a need to put him in so quickly. We've just had a whole year of celebrating Cena. I don't feel like we need to do that at WrestleMania next year. I mean, you could bring Cena out at WrestleMania and people will applaud him and thank him and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, I ain't in no rush. Rey Mysterio has tweeted out, just very simply, lol. Lol. I like that. WWE Creative. Oh, we're backstage with John. There we are. There's Jay and Alexa and Akira Tozawa and Shinsuke. Oh, there's Ray. Congrats. He needed that ass kicking. Ray applaud him, saying he needed that ass kicking. Here's Cody. Handshake between Cody and John. That's a nice little moment. They're saying that Cena should have a banner up in the rafters. Yeah, they're just talking about the LOL from Rey Mysterio. Great. Brilliant. Fun. Is Cody turning heel tonight, said Ungozi. I don't think so. They brought up that tweet, said Wrestling Fan. It was good. Okay, obviously attention now is going to move to other things on the show. We just had a good 45 minutes of John Cena-ness. Right now, I think we're looking at CM Punk and Logan. I'm actually not down on CM Punk versus Logan, and there's a good reason for it. I don't want Logan to be World Heavyweight Champion. I don't see Punk losing that belt right now. So let's do the match now. Because I don't think he's losing right now. So, yeah, Logan, you can have a shot right now. That's fine. I'd be a lot more concerned if Punk had this belt for a while. Sean said Ray knows what it feels like to lose the championship to Cena on Raw. Literally, Ray won the world title the first hour and lost it to Cena in the main event. LS Dub said Dom sent an emphatic message to the office that his career ceiling is higher than some people give him credit for. Good for him, said LS Dub. Cadet said, do we think WWE will have a retirement tour for AJ Styles like Cena? No, I don't think so. If they do, it'll be much smaller. I think what John has meant to WWE compared to what AJ Styles has meant to WWE are drastically different. AJ Styles is a former WWE champion, very important, but John is, as Triple H has said, arguably the greatest of all time. So I think anything they do with AJ Styles would be on a much, much, much smaller level. And that's no disrespect to AJ Styles. I love AJ Styles. So it's no disrespect to him, but I think pretty much anyone would have a smaller retirement tour compared to what they're doing with John. It's so hard to kind of put into words what John means globally, just how big of a star he is globally, how much of a needle mover he is globally. There just are not many people that are on his level. It's like a Roman Reigns that might be at that level, but there really is just not many people that are John Cena size. Which is why his leaving is so important. Right. We are moving on. Is this Damian? I think we're going to Damian now. I think WWE knows there'll be a bit of a drop-off here. Okay, Damian is making his way down. All rise. As the show moves on. Daze, do we think we'll face John at Survivor Series? Could it be a Dom Cena rematch? I think there's definitely a chance for that, yes. I mean, Dominic against Cena was the rumor for Survivor Series. I know that we've just done that match, but with Cena winning, I think people would probably expect there to be a rematch where Dominic goes over. Some people might even be expecting that to be his final match. I still think the plan for the final match is the winner of the tournament. I don't even know that Dominic's in that tournament. So I believe that we're still locked in with Gunther. But yes, I think that we could see John, Dom, Survivor Series. We could do John, Dom next week. And it could be that we do the rematch next week. But John against Dominic was the rumor for Survivor Series. I don't know that that plan has changed. It may have done. I still think we're locked in for Gunther, though. Okay, Damian has made his way down to the ring. Days. What about Bron Breakker, who is obviously primed to be a top guy? He's not won a major title yet. And he could be the guy that retires Cena. I don't know what to tell you. All along they've said that it is Gunther. I've not seen any word that has changed. I think we've started the tournament. I think we're locked in. I think that Bron would have been spoken about. Dom would have been spoken about. I think everyone would have been considered and spoken about. I think the answer they came out with is that it's Gunther. So I'm not expecting right now, as I'm sat here, anyone other than Gunther to be that last opponent. Yes, of course, plans can change, but I don't know. I'm still. I have no reason to think that they have changed their mind. They will have sat there and really considered. It's the big question, isn't it? It's the big question. Who's going to be the one that retires Cena? You know, who is that last match? That's what everyone was wondering. They will have considered. They would have considered everyone. They would have already considered Bron Breakker. Whether they've got a bit nervy and they feel like, oh, we've made a mistake, we really do need it to be Bron, maybe, but I don't have a reason to believe that's happened. So yeah, as of right now, I'm still under the impression it's Gunther. Okay. We've got Damian in the ring, and we're just honoring, we're just remembering the service people, the people that have given their lives. It's obviously remembrance. Okay, we're back from commercial break. The hell's going on with the camera? I think we got slightly the wrong camera angle. Oh, sign of the night. The camera was just like this for a second. Now it's just panning around there. Thank you, Cena. Haven't seen sign of the night for a while. Of course, it's going to be very John Cena. Cena equals Brady, my first Raw. It's oh, that's very good. It's a Cena-bration. A Cena-bration. So Alicia's actually reading them out. I like the Cena-bration. Okay. Is this on the show? I'm guessing this must be during commercial break. Yeah, it's during commercial break. Chain Gang. I don't want them to waste 2 dates on Dominic, but it is WWE, and I could totally see them doing it. I wouldn't mind if they do an open challenge Survivor Series. WrestleRant said Cena really won the title. This makes his last match very interesting, because Gunther being his last match doesn't make any sense. Why would Cena put over someone who's established? I feel like we've answered that quite a few times. I think he still needs a push to get to the WWE title. I think that a lot of people could see Gunther going for the World Heavyweight title, but if you was to say, could you see Gunther main event in night 2? I think you'd have some people just being like, he's not quite ready for that. So to me, there is definitely something that's missing for Gunther to get to night 2 WrestleMania. Something that's missing for him to be the WWE champion. And I do think a lot of it might be momentum. I don't think he's had a brilliant year in regards to that. He's had some big matches, Gunther, but I feel like he needs some big statement wins, some momentum, some good creative. Beating John Cena can definitely contribute. So I feel like there's definitely something that Gunther can get from beating John. Cleveland Brown said it should be Goldberg to do a double retirement. It'll give chance for Bill to do another farewell speech. I'm not sure how many wrestling fans are looking for Bill to get another retirement speech. Okay, Rusev Damian is going to be our second match. Boom. Matt Pete said Gunther has already been World Heavyweight Champion. He has twice, but he's never been WWE Champion. And that's the one that we need to try and get him to. Alexis said, Daze, it's been a slow day in news. Did you hear about Tegan Nox refusing Tony Khan's booking? Why is it that when people leave WWE, they show a horrible side to them like Samantha Irvin? Well, I think that if people leave, they're probably frustrated because they didn't quite get what they were looking for. And I think that, she wanted to do a bit more than just being a ring announcer. They didn't allow her that, and so she was frustrated. And obviously she made a few comments. I think that, it's one of those where, I don't know. It's one of those where I can understand people being frustrated and saying some stuff, but it does burn bridges as well. Those bridges can be rebuilt, of course. But I don't know how wise it is to come out with comments and frustrations if you leave WWE. I've got to imagine that's a door that you don't want to close, But Aaron said that was one of the best opens to Raw all year. Second, I think the reactions make the heel turn not the right decision. And third, where is AJ Lee? Could it be a Rumble return? Well, one, I agree. I thought it was great, fun, really exciting. Obviously a shame that that news had leaked earlier in the day. Did maybe just take the edge off it a little bit. I think if you managed to avoid spoilers today and didn't know that we were doing John Dominic, that would have been even more thrilling. I mean, I think I was this morning expecting to see John Dominic. In fact, I did a poll online, and I think I included Bron Breakker, Bronson Reed, and Penta, and then I put other. I didn't even put Dominic as an option because obviously, we're thinking that's Survivor Series. So, yeah, I mean, it's the dirt sheets that have kind of took the edge off this. Totally was not expecting it. And, I've got to agree with you. I think that was one of the kind of craziest opens to Raw this year. Heel run, yes, we spoke about at length. And AJ Lee is expected to be back for Survivor Series. We're expecting AJ Lee back for Survivor Series. So, right now, Damian Priest goes to the outsides. And we're just getting the match continuing as we go to commercial break. So, Aaron, shout out to you, buds. Liam said, do you think Cena keeps the title to the last match? I actually hope not. Whoever beats him could win the IC title. I think that's good, and it adds more. I don't like it. I don't like it because it's Intercontinental Championship. It's a mid-card belt. John Cena's last match does not need a belt involved, and if you was going to have a belt involved, it should be a world title for someone of Cena's magnitude. This IC belt, he didn't call for it. Cena wasn't in the ring asking for the IC championship. I actually like the way they've booked it. Even Cena knows he's kind of above this belt. But it was Dominic that stepped up to Cena. And Cena said, if you step up to me, be careful with your next words. Because I am unbeatable tonight. I'm invincible tonight. He gave him a warning. Dominic ran his mouth. We do the match and Cena wins. And I like the way they booked it, honestly. I like the way they booked it. I think this belt is below John Cena. I think he didn't call for it. He wasn't looking for it. He could have called for it at any time this year, and he didn't. Instead, he wanted 17 to get the record, and he achieved that. And I'm just not looking for him to carry this belt into that last match. That last match is about Cena's last match. It shouldn't be about who's going to leave as Intercontinental Champion. I think, though, if you want to do something where Cena goes in as IC champ, wins that last match, which I don't think he will, then you do like a tournament or something. You could do that, but I don't want the IC belt involved in Cena's last match at all. That Cena last match is about Cena's last match. Don't need no belts involved. And if there was a belt, I would much rather it be a world title. So, yes, I would have him lose it either next week or Survivor Series. Keep that final match just totally focused on John. I don't want any conversation about, oh, what does it mean if John wins and leaves with what will we do with the IC? But who gives a flip? It's John's last match. That's what we should be focused on. 100% focused on John's last match. Don't need the IC title as a distraction. Just gets in the way. So definitely 100% drop it before that last match. It adds nothing. Nothing. You cannot tell me that that match gets any bigger because the IC title's involved. No flipping way. No flipping way. John Cena's last match is monstrous, huge, record-breaking. It's they've already sold the tickets. Ain't no one buying a ticket because the IC title's involved. Yeah, it just gets in the way. Get rid of it. Get it gone. Get it gone next week. Get it gone at Survivor Series. I don't want to see that flipping thing in the last match. I actually have quite a passionate read on that one. Wrestler Andy said, if Cena drops the title to Gunther, then it's champ versus champ Gunther Cody at Mania. I don't want the belt involved in that match, Andy. If you want Gunther to get the title, do it after. Plus, also, who gives a flip about champ versus champ? Who gives a flip about Gunther being the mid-card champion? We need to get Gunther to the top title. Okay, we are underway with Damian Rusev. Phoenix said, do we think part of the reason that Dom dropped it is because they couldn't find creative to explain who picks the title next? Makes a case for Finn, said Phoenix. I honestly, I don't know why they did it tonight. Part of it might just be it's Boston. They wanted something special. Cena winning the one belt he'd never won and winning a championship in Boston is, you know, about as big as you can do. Granted, it's a mid-card belt, but, you know, he was never going to win a world title here. That we haven't been building that. There's no heel champion for him to go against. It's Cody, and we've definitely done that story. It's Punk, and we've definitely done that match as well. Like, there's no world title available, really. Right now. Maybe if there was a heel, we could have done something. But, yeah, he'd not won that championship anyway, so I think it's probably that. They've probably looked at it and decided that. Now, whether we do a rematch and he drops it back, I don't know. Whether he goes in as champ to the last match, I don't know. I do know what I want and don't want, but if he goes in with that belt, I ain't going to cry about it. But I definitely would not book it. Right now, we have got Damian working on Rusev's arm. So we've got the score from that first match. We had over 500 votes. You lot scored it very highly. You said that it was great 82. Great 82. He is gouging the eye. 1, 2. Oh, Rusev gets it. Rusev gets it with the Mashka kick. Okay, Rusev has beaten Damian. So it will not be Damian Priest's. So they're really like saying the eye played a big factor here. This match just didn't grab me. I think it's hard, isn't it, when you've just seen someone as big as John winning a title in Boston. Yeah, he attacked the eye and picks up the victory. We are backstage now with AJ and Dragon Lee. We're over an hour into the show. Okay. Oh. No. Dragons with Style is the name they came up with, but AJ's not sold on it. Here's Maxine. Is she ready yet? Okay, she's ready. Next week. I don't really get this. I don't really understand. She gets punched in the face by Becky. Mess her up. Kick her, beat her up, take her out of next week's match. She didn't. She just said you don't stand a chance and she walks away. Yeah, I don't really understand why out of all the options for Madison Square Garden, we've decided Maxine is the match. But we have. And that's where we're going. She says she's ready. Right, here's CM Punk. Punk making his way down. So we start with John. That takes us into hour 2. And then we start with Punk. Here he is, the World Heavyweight Champ. Now, he's going to be talking about Logan. Dreams. Wanna be personality. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Daze, dumb question. Did they change direction? Do you think it's going this way, or did it switch up with a heel turn bombed? Oh, no, I think they changed direction. I think they definitely changed direction. I think the heel run didn't work, and I think they called an audible, and they ended it. What the original plan was going to be, how long they were going to go with the heel run, I don't know. When they were going to change it, I don't know. Was they going to get all the way to the last match and then change it? Not sure. No idea. But I think almost certainly plans changed. Ian said, I'm just dropping by to say, hey, miss you all, and I'll be back soon. Ian, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, it's been a really interesting show. A few people in the crowd wearing Hulk Hogan feather boas. And CM Punk coming out. Getting a good reaction, but of course this is Cena country. It's not really Punk country. But there we go. He signs the figure for the kid as we're at commercial break. Jordan said, Daze, when Maxine said last week, I've got to call a friend, I wonder who it could be. I think it was probably Natalia. That's, I think, the guess. Is, she's been training a lot with Natalia. So I think that's probably the play. Oh, he's just having a look at a Logan figure. They've got those new figures, those LJN style figures. And there is Dusty standing over Logan. Do we think that Jericho and Edge will be in attendance? They could be. I mean, Jericho could... Well, he's still under AEW contract, isn't he? Jericho's under contract, I think, till the end of the year. He'd have to get permission from Tony Khan to do that, I believe. So I don't know if that would be granted. I don't know, though, if Tony would want to stand in the way of... Because it wouldn't be a good look, would it, for him to prevent people from being in attendance. But I don't know. We've seen lots of examples of that. Dustin was at WrestleMania. Stayed out the way. He wasn't shown on TV. He was at WrestleMania. I think there's a good chance. But I think that Tony would make it very clear you can't be shown on TV. If you're going to go, get a box and stay out the way. So I don't know that WWE are going to be showing them. Jericho is still under AEW contract. Edge's contract might have expired and he's been off doing a film. So maybe Edge is a bit more realistic to be shown. But Jericho, I would think, would not be shown. But I don't know that Tony can stop him going completely. And I don't even know how much Jericho would care because his contract expires. I think the worst that Tony could do is maybe not pay Jericho the remainder of his contract, which would be a couple of weeks of pay. And maybe fine him. Maybe he could fine him. Whether he'd want to do those things, I don't know. But yeah, you've got to kind of take all that contract stuff into consideration. And certainly Jericho is under a deal until the end of the year. Ricky Starks got punished for going, said James. That's true, he did, yes. Cena, Brock in the final match. Cena wins. Brock is going to be a surprise, said Extraordinario. Penny for your thoughts said, I could believe that we get to see the guys sitting at a poker table for 5 more months. Maxine is going to win thanks to a returning AJ Lee. That could set up AJ Becky for War Games, said Liam. Okay, so Wade Barrett is just playing with the dolls that they've got at ringside. CM Punk is in the ring, and we're about to get CM Punk promo right now. Okay, it's hard to kind of really care about this because we know it's going to result in a match between him and Logan, and that ain't something I'm looking for, but I'm happy to get it out the way. I want to call him out. I'll fight someone in the street, said CM Punk. Okay. I knew what a piece of garbage Logan Paul was. I won't fight you for my title. He said he won't fight him for the title. Does that mean Logan might win? Well, here's Logan. Well, if he's going to fight Logan and the belt's not on the line, that probably increases the chances of Logan winning. Maxine was a great wrestler on the indie circuit, said Slushy. I don't think that's true. I'll have a look. Okay, Logan tells Punk to shut up. So Logan said he got punched in the face by Floyd. And that was nothing compared to getting flattened by Bron Breakker. Yeah, no. The only matches on Cage Match for Maxine just go back to 2023 Raw. Shut the F up. Chants from the crowd. Logan said he thought he knew it all. But my eyes have been opened. My eyes have been opened to a whole new vision. Here's Heyman. Now, the question is, are these two together permanently, or is it just Survivor Series? Here's Bron Breakker. Here's Bronson Reed. Here's Heyman. You are the single most unlikable human being I've ever met. You're friendless. You're the most unlikable person I've ever met. Oh my God. Little AJ Lee shot there by Heyman, you know. Come get some, says CM Punk. That was a really fun line there by Heyman. Right now we got the Vision circling around the ring. I'm still none the wiser as to whether this is permanent or not. Jey Uso is in the ring. Jey Uso has appeared and arrived as backup. Okay, here comes Cody. Cody is making his way down. Cody comes running down to the ring. This is really paint by numbers, isn't it? I just feel like when we get to Survivor Series, these are the kind of things we do. These kind of segments that are just really like, let's just force a load of people into a group and then let's get another load of people and, you know what I mean? It's all right. You can just see through why they're doing it, though. Like, it's just so obvious why we're doing this right now. I want to see Punk put him through a table, said Penny for your thoughts. Creative Humor says, quick, someone wake up William Regal. There's only one way to sort this. War Games. Punk with a chair. There we go. To the outside. Cody, Punk, Jey. Roman's going to be added, of course. Cody Rhodes, chants by the crowds. That's good. The live crowds are still with him. I think the best part of that was the AJ Lee line. War Games is going to be awesome with its star power, said Kian. What is achieved when you just trot out Braun Bronson flanking Logan of all people, said LS Dub. I don't know. I mean, that segment, I'm going to repeat myself. It did something that needed to be done. It got us a bit further down the Survivor Series roads. That's it, really. Oh, I like this moment. I like Lash Legend call-up. I'm actually really excited to see Lash and Nia as a team. I think that could be one of the most interesting ways of using Nia. Nia's had a few partners in the past, and those teams have never really worked for me. Do you remember her and Shayna Baszler? It just didn't really work for me, but I think her and Lash is actually really interesting. I'd like to see them with like similar ring gear and a team name. I'd like to see them be a proper women's tag team. Perhaps it could be the Bougie Bullies. And perhaps that could be the team name. New theme music, new Titantron, matching ring gear. The Bougie Bullies. Okay, women's Intercontinental Championship match coming up tonight. But we've got another title match coming up. Stephanie is in action. This probably doesn't point to a title change. But Stephanie... Flames shooting up. Smile on her face. She's going to be in action. Taking on Raquel, defending that title. Here's Nikki Bella. Nikki Bella comes out as well. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun. Okay. Survivor Series is so mid, said Joel. I don't mind it. It's just very repetitive now. I agree with you, but we've actually had a conversation recently talking about how we would like to see that evolve and bring some change to it. I definitely feel like I need a bit of a break from War Games, and the build for War Games as well is just so flat. It's just, I feel like we do stuff for the sake of doing it. Right. Let's go back to the chat. Let's see where people's heads are at. Sean said, I think Jericho or Edge could buy their way out of their remaining contract. Tony seems like he likes his wrestling fandom, which would make him want to honor their wishes. Well, maybe. I don't know. It would just be a consideration, wouldn't it? I don't think they're just totally free to just rock up to John's last appearance. Both of them are very wealthy. Both of them could afford to do that. Whether they want to do that, whether Tony had let them do that, it would just be something that would need to be taken into consideration. Capata said it's funny, Nikki Bella and John Cena are on the same show, and his last appearance on Raw, well, that's next week, isn't it? He's got one more Raw after this. He's got a Raw, a Survivor Series, and a Saturday night's main event. Okay, we've got the WrestleMania commercial right now. So we're just seeing Triple H and Cody, and I don't know if it's... I think it's one we've seen before. I think it's the main one, the one that showcases all of them. But we did get one of Roman just kind of talking. I would imagine they've kind of done that with all of the talents. So we could see a new one later in the show, maybe. Where Cody talks to the camera, Punk talks to the camera. WrestleMania Vegas 2026. I wish Survivor Series would just be retired. The normal tag War Games feels like they've played out, said Jacob. Penny for your thoughts said, why do you guys like Stephanie so much? Is it because of the Devil's Kiss thing? Question mark. Zoom Station said they could have let Punk get smashed a little, but no. Now all the heels look like a team that can't beat the Globetrotters. Isn't that the Washington Generals, I think, play the Globetrotters? Shadam said, who have you got for this match? My money's on the Latina, said Shadam. Yeah, I think Stephanie's winning. Hard to see a women's world title change in here. Who wins? Is it Raquel? Or is it going to be Stephanie? Oh, actually, not who wins. Who leaves as champion? Sonny, hello. Hope you're doing well. Is there a full 16-person announcement? Who is solidified in the tournament? No, we don't know all the entrants yet. We've got about 7 names so far, so we've got around about half of the names. We still haven't had Gunther announced, and that is the one that is expected to win the tournament. But no, we still haven't had all the names yet. We should get some more names announced on this show, actually. Right, we've got Raquel in the ring. We've got Stephanie in the ring as well. We're just getting the intros. Can we bring back bragging rights for a year, said Chris. The only problem with bragging rights is it doesn't mean anything. So, do you know what I mean? Like, Raw wins or SmackDown wins. So what? We kind of, by the next night, we've moved on. We spoke about this before. I think Survivor Series should have something that matters connected. Like, if you win the Rumble, you get to main event WrestleMania. If you win Money in the Bank, you get the briefcase. That gives you 12 months where you can cash in. Survivor Series doesn't have anything. That's what feels like's missing from Survivor Series. Your tribal chief said War Games has got the same problem with PLEs like Hell in a Cell and The Chamber. You already know that at that time of the year, so it's just not a surprise. Well, it is true in regards to the builds. We know why they're doing what they're doing. We know that they're going to make a War Games, you know. It is that old adage, which is rather than booking a match for a feud, you are booking a feud for a match. You're doing it the wrong way round. It's War Games this time every year, and at this time of year, we need to book a match for it. We're not booking War Games because we need War Games. We're booking War Games because it's that time of year. So it's kind of the wrong way round, isn't it? Rather than just, oh my God, we've got Judgment Day against Wyatt 6. This is so good. Like, what can we do? We could do some tag matches, singles match. How about a War Games? You know, and we do it because it's the right thing to do. Rather than that, it's just, oh, it's November. Time to get a load of people together. Time to book a War Games match. I agree with you. That is a bit of a problem. Okay, we are underway then. Stephanie against Raquel. Both women have made their way down. Got some new merch for Cody. Cody Rhodes American Nightmare Camo Collection. I wonder if this is his War Games collection. Certainly a very interesting. Certainly when you look at in the background of Cody Rhodes, it's got fencing. I think this means that Cody could be a part of the War Games, which he wasn't planned on being. But maybe he is going to be the Jacob replacement. Certainly does look that way, doesn't it? You can sort of see a bit of fencing in the background, and it's a very interesting time to be releasing this when we are 2 weeks away from Survivor Series War Games. Right now, we got Stephanie. She knocks Raquel over against the ropes. Drop kick. Down goes Raquel. Nikki on the outside, applauding away. Devil's Kiss being teased. About to get maybe Devil's Kiss. Yeah, she gets around and no, not getting it. Doesn't get it. Raquel getting up to her feet. She's got her in an electric chair. Bang. Stephanie goes face first into the corner. Raquel, big clothesline. Stephanie goes down. Raquel, 1, 2. Shoulder up, only just. Only just. Becky Lynch is backstage. She said, Intercontinental Championships are a GOAT thing. We are the greatest wrestlers of all time. It's not just us saying it. Everyone says it. Sports Illustrated say it. Bleacher Report says it. Triple H says it. So there is our Intercontinental Champions right now. Very, very strong. Very strong. We've probably got the strongest mid-card we've ever had. So there we go. Forearm shots coming in there by Stephanie. Who's our US champs? It's Elia and Chelsea. That's not as strong. Elbow drop there by Raquel as we are at commercial break. Obviously, we are now into the final hour as we are continuing our way through this show. Daze, I feel like next Monday is going to be massive. I feel like Roman, AJ Lee, Brock could return. Or maybe these 2 next Mondays could be big. No, I think you're right. We've definitely got the seeds in place for the men's. We haven't quite got the seeds in place yet for the women's. I think we're going to get there with our tag match later. That'll get us to, that'll further the women's Survivor Series. But, yeah, next couple of weeks we are going to see some big returns as we just fill out those teams. Days, is Judgment Day a list faction or just a 4-year group? I think they would be in the conversation for like big factions. I mean, they've ate up a lot of TV time. They've definitely as well had their moments. I mean, there's been so many different variations. I mean, at one point, like Rhea was the women's champion in that group. I think Damian had the world title and he was in that group. So, I mean, it's a group that's had world titles, tag titles, mid-card titles, AAA titles. It's had, obviously, Liv, and Liv's, highlight was the Revenge Tour. That's easily the best part of Liv's career. That's been connected with Judgment Day, the whole Liv, Rhea, Dom situation. Dom, I mean, think about Dom before Judgment Day and after Judgment Day. So I think the vast majority of what they've done has been plodding and a bit middle of the road. But there's enough in there that's been achieved by those members to, I think, put them up as a top faction. So I don't know that they would be the number 1 faction, of course. But I think if you was going to do a stream talking about top factions, Judgment Day are getting mentioned. They might even make it into a top 10. So in the history of WWE that goes back to the 60s, I think they've got to be in the conversation for one of the top factions, yeah. They've achieved a lot. It's just there's been a lot of plodding, middle-of-the-road stuff as well. King Yeti, shout out to you, buds. Really appreciate the support. Hope you've been enjoying the show, as we've definitely took a step down since the Open and seen a very exciting beginning, of course. Headbutt coming in there by Stephanie. Raquel goes back to the corner. Stephanie charging him. Goes up to the outsides. Raquel comes over, tries throwing a shot, gets smashed into the top turnbuckle. Not sure about Raquel's ring gear. I don't hate it, but I'm not loving it. Big crossbody. Big crossbody there by Stephanie. It's a little video doing the rounds of John Cena getting his side plates. WWE have posted that. I've added it to the Talking Points video. Raquel down 1, 2. No joy. Smile on Stephanie's face, though. Stephanie enjoying herself right now. Double underhooks. Oh, going for a package pile driver, is she? She's trying to get Raquel up. No joy. The SVP is what she's going for. Reverse, though. Alabama slap. No, rolls over. Raquel grabbing Stephanie. Hurls her against the ropes. Picks her up round the houses. She has got her in a bit of a guillotine. Nice big suplex. I like that by Raquel. Look big. That's what she was told to do. Make her moves look big. Against the ropes. Big boot. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. Right now she is down. Crowd applauding away. Bang, look at that big boot. Crowd a little bit quiet for this one so far. It's not getting crazy reactions. King Yeti again. Thank you, my friends. Appreciate the support as we move into the final part of this week's episodes. We are sneaking our way towards the end of hour 2. We've got about 20 minutes left to go. And then, of course, we'll just have our main event at that point. Right now, we got Raquel once again getting up to her feet. Looking for a power bomb. Gets it. 1, 2. Kick out by Stephanie. John said Cena's last match in Boston or War Games should have been a team of Cena, Brady, Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, and Nikki Bella against the Wyatts, says John. A lot of people have been saying that, John. I agree. Daze, my familiar is a penguin. I've seen a penguin in my dreams. And my spirit animal is a tiger, said Sonny. That's a good spirit animal to have, Sonny. Stephanie on the edge of the ring. Here, look, we've got Roxanne getting involved. She's got a lovely Judgment Day jacket on. Not seen that before. Nikki Bella coming round, helping Stephanie. Stephanie springboarding, getting caught there by Raquel. Hurled across the ring. Stephanie down. Raquel going over, climbing up. Oh, misses. And now it's going to be Devil's Kiss. 1, 2, 3, 4. So right now, Stephanie is Devil's Kissing. Big smile on Stephanie's face. Kick coming in. Raquel goes down. Stephanie going over to the corner, looking for a moonsault. It's very close if she's going to moonsault. Oh. Corkscrew moonsault. Not what she normally wins with. But she picks up a victory with a corkscrew moonsault. Looked all right. I think Stephanie winning is not a massive surprise, considering its placement in the show. Not crazy about that finish. Okay, right now we got Nikki brawling away with Roxanne. Roxanne goes to the outsides. Nikki Bella in the ring. With Stephanie, these two embrace. Raquel and Roxanne walk away. Oh, turn! Nikki Bella with the belt! Nikki Bella with the belt! Boom! Right in the face! Nikki Bella turns! She holds up that championship! Bang! She went and got the belt. Thought she was just going to hand it. Oh, right in the face! Look at her, man. Trash talking to Stephanie. She'd just been helping Stephanie in the match. But Nikki Bella, fearless. And that is very much going to put them on a collision course. Nikki and Stephanie, sure to be having a match there. Did wonder if that turn was going to come at some point. Oh, I think we got a new John Cena, a new Cody Rhodes. Yeah, it's Cody. So we saw the Roman one. Now we got the Cody one. I was built for this moment and everyone after it. It's not that special, but there we go. Nikki Bella turns heel. Yeah, Nikki Bella turns heel. Okay, we're backstage with Jay Punk. I've got a team. Tell Heyman to get a team. Regal! They've called for him! Here he is! William Regal! Gentlemen. War Games! Yes! Do you know what? It's worth doing just for that. So, it looks like Cody's going to be on a War Games team, which was not the original plan. The original plan was we were going to do Cody against Drew at Survivor Series. That clearly got moved forward to Saturday night's main event. It does feel, though, that Cody-Drew rematch needs to happen at some point. Seems like that's not going to be Survivor Series. I'd imagine Drew will go on to the Vision team. So, you know, that'll be another addition. And then, of course, Brock is expected. Don't know who else is going to go on to the babyface team, though. Other than Roman. Of course, Roman will. But rumors of maybe Jimmy or LA Knight. But we're getting there. It's there or thereabouts. And we get William Regal with a War Games. Classic. Classic. It's going to be Cena, said Scottish Nightmare. Do you think so? The Streets was saying that it was him and Dominic. Maybe we did move that forward so that it's Cena. You could be correct. Perhaps one of Cena's last remaining matches is going to be in War Games. I wouldn't be down on that, actually. That'd be okay. Gets him in there with a load of people. Cena and Roman, maybe, said Penny. Yeah, maybe. Jimmy and Roman, the last two members of the team. Drew added to the other. Yeah, Drew, I think, to the other. Roman, definitely. But maybe Jimmy misses out for a Cena. Shinsuke has made his way down. Scottish Nightmare said it makes sense. Cena's not done War Games. I would not hate it. I would be totally down for it. Da-na-na-na, da-na. Okay, so Shinsuke is in the ring. That Regal pop was legendary, said Kado. It was really fun, wasn't it? People love Regal doing that. Okay, here comes Sheamus. We got Shinsuke in the ring. But here comes Sheamus. Fight night! Sleazeboy, shout out to you. Said, how to bring the SmackDown ratings back up. Rehire and announce the return of Tegan Nox. However, she's going to walk out after another boring Cody Rhodes promo, said Sleazeboy. I think you've got a lot more confidence in Tegan Nox's ability to move the ratings dial than I do. But if you feel like that's the right way forward, God bless you. I have been surprised how many people have been talking about the Tegan Nox situation. Just don't give a flip about it. Who cares? She went to AEW. They asked her to lose. She didn't want to. That was it. Those are my thoughts. Give a flip. We're talking about John Cena's last match. We've got Survivor Series coming up. Blimey now. Cody's sitting down with Natalya. Undertaker seems to be on his own. Stephanie is with Clarissa Shields. Logan Paul is with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay, Bella sounded. We are underway, so time for our next match. This is Nakamura versus Sheamus. I think Sheamus probably gets this. Right, let's have a look at the score, shall we? So, 5% said that last match was bad. All-time 9. Great 31. Okay, so good 95 for that last match. People not blown away. Right now, we have got Shinsuke versus Sheamus. Boom. Okay, War Games. Damn it. I just want traditional Survivor Series matches, says King Yeti. Sarthuk said Raw is going as good or as bad as SmackDown. Bill said, do we think Cena does War Games or defends the IC title, but could see them waiting for the last match for the title, says Bill. Phoenix said, if Sheamus and Rusev win tonight, the IC title looks more interesting to have in Cena's last match. Well, again, we believe Gunther is that last match. Dean said, my son asked, who are we rooting for? I said, the one in red and black. He rolled his eyes and said they're both wearing red and black. I mean, he's not wrong. Alexis Thompson said, I heard the heel team were going to pick you, but it would be unfair to the other team, said Alexis. Well, that does check out, doesn't it? But that does actually check out. Right now, we've got Sheamus. Elbow coming in, though. Sheamus was in control. Kicks coming in by Shinsuke. Kick to the back of the head. We almost had 10 beats of the Batterum. Shinsuke, bang. Knee coming in to Sheamus. Right now, we've got Sheamus on the outside. Shinsuke with a weird crossbody there. On the shoulder of Sheamus. Gets slammed on the edge of the ring. And Shinsuke slumps down. Simon said, I thought we would have had more interaction with Cena and people in the Last Time Is Now tournament tonight. Yes. It was kind of like, that's it really, isn't it? We had the open at the show, and that was it. I agree. Bit of a shame. James said the Rusev match missed one thing, him scaring another little brat, definitely. That was the highlight of Rusev's last performance. Knee drop coming in there by Sheamus. Sheamus against the ropes. So obviously something at stake here. Whoever wins this match is going to progress. Whoever doesn't is out. The last time is now tournament. I think it's got to be Sheamus, hasn't it, that should win this. Cena versus Ray in War Games. Ray wins, and then we get Ray Dom, said Sarthak. It seems as if the Real American Beer sponsorship is off of Netflix. I've not seen Hogan's Ghost at all tonight, said Joseph. Don't know, to be honest. I mean, they still own rights in it. I mean, WWE have got shares in it. Oh, no, it's in the corner. Look, Real American Beer. The sponsorship's there. I was going to say, WWE have still got ownership of it. They own part of it, so it's in their interest that it works and they can sell it. Duran said they played a Hogan Beer commercial 2 or 3 times tonight. I've not seen any of those. Perhaps that's just a normal commercial during the break in America. Right now, Shinsuke has got the arm. 1, 2, kick out there by Shinsuke. Cloverleaf is in. That's nice. Lovely Cloverleaf there by Sheamus. Sitting in quite deep as well. Shinsuke in a bit of bother. We've only got about 5 minutes till we're at our next hour marker. And as we said, that's when we will, get to our main event, which is going to be for those women's tag titles. And the fact that's closing the show, it might not mean we get new champs. I think we are definitely going to use that segment to build for Survivor Series, though. Expecting lots of shenanigans. Maybe Rhea and Io. That would make a lot of sense. Shot coming in there by Shinsuke. Up on the shoulders. Shinsuke on the shoulders. Sheamus going over. Daisy, NXT Last Man Standing tomorrow. I can't wait, said Jordan. Yeah, we'll be covering it, but Cleveland said, what's the halftime score? We don't do them anymore. We haven't done them for months and months and months. Maybe even longer than that, actually. I don't know that we've done one in 2025. Right now, we have got Shinsuke looking for a superplex. Gets it. Shinsuke. Kick out by Sheamus. Taker 1990 said the heel turn for Nikki should have been at War Games. Think about who would have been on Stephanie's team. Maybe Charlotte, Alexa, Tiffy. I thought Nikki would have been on Stephanie's team. Well, looks like that she's going to be on a different team, or we're going to do Stephanie Nikki at Survivor Series as a championship match. Shinsuke just getting Sheamus up off the ground. Shot coming in there by Sheamus. Kick coming in there by Shinsuke. Another kick coming in. Why weird promote whiskey and vodka, says Tony. Well, they've got shares in the beer. And I think the other drinks have just paid him a load of money to sponsor. Kick coming in by Shinsuke. Sheamus getting back up to his feet. Shot coming in there by Sheamus. Shot coming back there by Shinsuke. Tony said Survivor Series should be elimination matches. Another big shot there by Shinsuke. Shinsuke against the ropes. Ah! Backbreaker. Shinsuke thrown to the outside. Here's 10 beats of the Battering. Bang, here we go. Those shots raining down by Sheamus. Crowd counting away. We're up to 10. Shinsuke slumps down. Gotta be at the beginning of the end of this one. We don't get American commercials. We get picture-in-picture, and we get an ad screen, says Trini. Here we go, Sheamus. No. Sling Blade by Shinsuke. Shinsuke looking for the Kinshasa. He's gonna charge in. Oh, tries to land it. Didn't. Big boot there by Shinsuke. Shinsuke. Big knee to the midsection. That looked brutal. 1, 2. Oh. Arm on the rope. That's good. That's a good little moment. Sheamus trying to put Shinsuke away. Struggling. Shinsuke grabbing the ropes. This match carrying on. Crowds, they're into it. Applauding away. They've managed to get the crowd's attention. On the shoulders. Sheamus going over. He's looking to climb up. Sheamus on that middle rope. Nakamura looking for a powerbomb. Gets it. Rolls him over. 1, 2. No, we're carrying on. Dr. Luchalala said, is there any chance the mystery opponent is Carmelo? I wouldn't think so. I don't think that would be exciting enough. Charging in. Feels like they're teasing something bigger than just for the live crowds. Kick misses. Shinsuke lands. Oh! Brogue 1, 2. That'll do it. Sheamus wins. Sheamus wins. Is probably the right result. Feel a bit sorry for Shinsuke. Bang. A brogue out of nowhere. A brogue out of nowhere. Just like an RKO out of nowhere. Sheamus advances. Shakes the hand of Shinsuke. You can't convince me that that does not hurt, said Alex. No, I bet it does sting, that. I bet it does sting. Daze, would you rather Cena ask Triple H for a title match when they were in the ring together? It makes Dom look dumb for coming out. Obviously, the match would be made with him coming out. No, I like the way they did it. Dominic didn't care about John. Came out, was not bothered by him. You know, stop talking to this old timer. I'm the future. And, oh, here we go. Here we go. Time for the next matches. Who is it going to be? Are we going to get some NXT talent announced? We haven't had any yet. Here we go. Yes, Javon. Okay, not a massive surprise. But who's he facing? Gunther. So we're really going to eliminate Javon in round 1. Solo is in it. Is he? God, why do they love doing that? Another tease. They still have not announced a single name of anyone that doesn't work in WWE. And every time I think they get one, they don't announce it. Which is probably the right thing to do, to be honest. It is next week, John Cena's final Raw. Javon against Gunther is going to absolutely bang. The only down is Gunther is the person we're expecting to win this tournament. So that means Javon goes out round 1. If Javon wins, it's going to blow this thing completely open. And Solo taking on a mystery opponent, which I'm thinking is going to be like a Joe Hendry, a Nick Nemeth, a Matt Cardona, one of those names. But there we go. We're setting up a massive, massive show next week at Madison Square Garden. John Cena's final Raw. And, of course, we've got a championship match next week as well. So, unmissable, mate. Next week's Raw, unmissable. Right, final segment time, is it? It is. Here comes Charlotte. Bow down. Bow down to the queen. Oh, hail the queen. Bow down to the queen. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Bubba Joe, shout out to you. Bubba Joe said, how do we feel if Sheamus is the last match? Well, I'd feel surprised. I wouldn't be completely down on it. If John is going to take the IC title into his last match, I'm totally down for Sheamus winning the belt that way. Sheamus has been trying to win that belt for so long. But I don't really want anything to distract him from John and his last match. And I feel like Sheamus finally winning the IC title might just be a little unnecessary distraction. So I really don't need that IC belt in that last match. But I like Sheamus, and I wouldn't hate it. Everyone's going to have thoughts, aren't they? Like it should be a young talent. And oh, hello, what's this? 2K Netflix edition. Does that mean it's on your phone? I don't know what it means. What does Netflix edition mean? Yeah, grab your phone. So it's like a watered down version, isn't it? So it's 2K25, the mobile edition, but they call it the Netflix edition. More John Cena tournament matches announced. Well, there we go. Gunther finally gets announced. Okay, Charlotte and Alexa are in the ring. Okay, let's get back to the chat, see where we are with the chat. Are we going to get Rusev, Sheamus in the next round? And then LA Knight versus question mark, most likely Joe Hendry. And Solo versus question mark, maybe Roman. Gunther, Javon, second rounds are looking crazy, said Sean. Second rounds are looking crazy. It's a good lineup. I don't hate the matches that have been announced so far. Obviously, we're going to have another couple of matches on Friday on SmackDown. We'll get another couple of matches done. We need to find out who that mystery person is. And I think these matches for next week, Javon against Gunther, definitely here for that. And Solo against a mystery person, could be anyone. So, yes, genuinely, I think next week's Raw's looking very good. Okay, and of course it's John's last Raw, so I mean, you only need that anyway. Here are the Kabuki Warriors. And they've got their masks on. I like that mask for Kairi. She's wore it a few times now. She doesn't really do the pirate princess thing, does she? In the Kabuki Warriors. Do you remember? We did a little bit where she was handing out coins. But, I mean, I suppose she's like a heel now, isn't she? So she's not going to be handing out coins to the crowd anymore. Kabuki Warriors, they're making their way down. It's time for our main event. Let's get people's scores. 53, 36, 4, and 7, yeah. It's been another night of largely good in-ring with the exception of the opening match. Kabuki Warriors versus Alexa and Charlotte. Nia and Lash are going to get involved in this. Oh, we might even get Io and Rhea, said Daryl. I can see that, bud, yes. Does feel like this is a way of building us towards War Games. Yeah, I agree. Okay, we're just seeing Boston. There's the TD Gardens. We're just seeing some more signs. There's a sign there that says, put me in the tournament, Adam. Lots of John Cena signs, of course. Let's have a look and see what people are thinking in regards to who leaves as tag champs. Kabuki Warriors. Or Alexa and Charlotte. Who's leaving as the tag champs? LA Knight versus Daze. Solo against Demon Ito, said Corey. Scottish Chris said, what if it's Solo versus Roman? I would be surprised. I don't think Roman's going to be in this tournament, but it's not impossible. Taker 99 said, Days, I don't think the Kabuki Warriors win tonight due to what happened on SmackDown. Nia teaming up with Lash. Lash and Nia are going to dethrone Alexa and Charlotte. Okay. David thinks it's going to be a DQ. What is the over-under on Charlotte wardrobe malfunction tonight, said 230. No, I think she's probably took that into consideration. We've got a different top on for Charlotte. I would say looking at that top, there's less chance of a wardrobe malfunction. Never say never, though. But I would say there's less chance. Okay, here we go then. Main event. We just had the Alexa and Charlotte, the Allies of Inconvenience. Allies of Convenience, or whatever they're called. Holding up those belts. And we're about to get underway with our main event. We got about 19 minutes left. Bella sounded. It's Alexa. It's Kairi. Thez presses. And swing and a miss. Shot coming in there by Alexa. Big knee. Down goes Kairi. Alexa against the ropes. Alexa goes over. Kairi down. You know, if they need people to create entrance themes, Alicia plays the drums. Wade Barrett plays electric guitar. Xavier plays bass. Oh, shoulder tackle there by Charlotte. Cobra said, Days, what do we think about Solo Oba? Ober wins. Javon Gunther. Gunther wins. Gunther Ober. Oof. That could be really good. Put me down for that, Cobra. I'm definitely down for that. It's just a shame that Javon goes out round 1, isn't it? Charlotte picking up Asuka. Asuka with a shot to the back. Charlotte against the rope. Kick to the midsection. Asuka looking to charge over. Kick coming in there by Charlotte. Kyrie. Bang. Big shot. Charlotte goes down. 1. No joy. Joseph said, I've only got one word to say about Charlotte's wardrobe malfunction. Woo! What match are we watching now, said LB? We've got the Kabuki Warriors in action against Charlotte and Alexa. Both of them going to the outside. Charlotte going over, making the tag. Going underneath that bottom rope. Oh, big shot there by Kyrie as we are going to commercial break. And there we go. Kabuki Warriors. Side by side. Arm in arm. So, main event. And we are at commercial break. Spartan said, are you doing a watch along this weekend? Yes, I am. I'll be doing UFC. I think it's the bigger show. I've not seen too much buzz around Eubank, Ben, to be honest. Doesn't feel as big as their first time match. So UFC, I think, is bigger. Hannah said, I think this has been an excellent Raw. I think Tommy picked an excellent time to go to Raw. Did he go? I don't even know if he went. He might have. Against the ropes, big kick coming in. I mean, we've had heel turns, we've had title changes. I think we have had a little bit of a drift in the middle. I can't say it's been, you know, a thrill ride following the Cena stuff, but the Cena stuff ate up like 45 minutes. Obviously, we've had some matches that have mattered as we're progressing in the tournament. We had a heel turn with Nikki Bella. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely been stuff go down. I think it's a solid effort. I don't think you'd have too many complaints if you bought a ticket to this Raw. Okay, Kyrie going over Alexa in the corner. Bang, shot coming in. Daze, I don't know if you saw this, but the penguin is actually my spirit guide, along with a polar bear, a panda bear, and an anteater. Can you have all them as spirit guides, Sonny? Right now we got Alexa down. Liam said, Daze, I think no matter how you look at it, it's a great showcase for Javon. Even if he does lose. If he puts on a good showing and has some really good 3 counts, it's only going to help. Yeah, no, I agree. I just think there was an opportunity for him to even win in the first round. You know, could he have not faced someone, got a victory, and then met Gunther in that sort of second round? I don't know if you was booking the tournament. If I was booking the tournament, I would have booked Javon to have gone out so early. In fact, I wouldn't. So, yeah, I mean, it's not a big negative. Having him in the tournament's great. But, yeah, just, I don't know, first round elimination. But saying that, I mean, look, John Cena has just made the announcement earlier on that actually Saturday night's main event is going to be main roster against NXT. I think Javon's going to get one of them spots. So he's in the tournament. He'll put on a great show with him. Maybe Cena will go up to him backstage and say, I want you to be on that card or something. You know, I'm so impressed with you. I would love for you to be. Do you know what I mean? Maybe it's going to be something like that, where he loses against Gunther, looks amazing. Cena grabs him backstage. So you are right. It's just thought we might have got him through round 1. No biggie. Clothesline there by Charlotte. Miz and AJ are the only confirmed tournament participants left that don't have matches announced. Miz and AJ. Don't know what you mean. They've announced Solo tonight. He hasn't got an opponent. Oh, you mean like the ones that were in the trailer that we've not seen yet? Okay. I think I'm with you now. Right now, we got Charlotte in the corner. We got both the Kabuki Warriors down. Charlotte with a moonsault. Lands on both Asuka and Kairi. Shoulder up there by Asuka. Nikki turned heel because she was peeved about Cena, said Corey. I want to thank you for the watch along, said Mr. WrestleMania Shawn Michaels. Shout out to you, buds. I really appreciate people joining us for these. I think it's been really fun tonight. Not been loads for us to have like a laugh and a joke with. Not been loads of humour on this show. In fact, I don't think there's been much humour on the show at all. But there's been plenty of talking points and drama. And we do live in hope for a wardrobe malfunction right now. Kick to the midsection there by Asuka. Quick strikes. Misses. Nice kick to the midsection. Asuka looks out at the crowds. Looking to charge over. Hip attack gets caught there by Charlotte. Obviously a big history with Charlotte and Asuka. Big history. Shot coming in by Alexa. Down goes Kairi. Against the ropes. Oh, goes down. No, gets caught. Charlotte caught. Asuka locked in. Asuka with the Asuka lock. Charlotte rolling over. Going for the pin. No joy. Kick coming in there by Asuka. Big boot there by Charlotte. Alexa trying to reach over for the tag maids. Oh, no, not maids. Kairi grabbed Alexa, pulled her out the ring. 1, 2. It's chaos right now. Knee coming in there by Asuka. Armbar. Armbar. And it's in as well. I don't know where Alexa is. Charlotte might need some help. Charlotte does really well, actually. To get to a different position. She is looking to turn her over. Look at that. Into her walls. That's not a Boston crab. You can't call that a Boston crab. Going for the cover. 2. Kick out by Charlotte. Bang. Big boot coming in there by Asuka. Asuka trash talking Charlotte. She wants those belts. Against the ropes. Big boot. Huge boot. Huge boot by Charlotte. Figure 4. Going into the figure 8. Where's Kairi? There's Kairi. Climbing up. Kairi. It's going to be elbow time. Here's Alexa. She catches her. Sister Abigail. She's going to get it. Bang. She does. Asuka in big trouble. Is she going to tap? No. Here's Lash and Nia. Lash and Nia. Here's Alexa. Kairi. We might be getting new champs. We might be getting new champs. To the back. Referee didn't see Lash and Nia. Here we go. Kairi. She's going to deliver the elbow. Kairi. Boom. Connects. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. New tag champs. Kabuki Warriors do it. There's Nia and Lash. They're like, oh. Wow. Kabuki Warriors have done it. They are the new women's tag team champs. Alexa and Charlotte lose those titles. I don't think Charlotte is turning or anything like that. I think we're heading for Survivor Series. Obviously, Charlotte-Alexa feud feels like it's going to happen at some point, but I don't think it's anywhere close. We've got Nia in the ring. We got Lash in the ring. Here is the Kabuki Warriors. Thinking we might be seeing Rhea and Io. Someone's got to come and help Charlotte and Alexa. Oh. Okay, I think they're on the same page. They are on the same page. Here we go. Rhea, 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 Rhea. Yeah, here's Io. Io coming down. She's coming down on her own. I thought she was going to wait for Rhea. Top rope down. Lash goes to the outside. Kick coming in there by Io. She's going to deal with them on her own. Here's Kabuki Warriors. Missile drop kick. Kick up there. Rhea, Rhea, Rhea. Open palm shots. We still need Rhea. She's going up. She's going to get planted. Murked, mate. Absolutely murked. Rhea, 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 Rhea. Yeah, Io getting murked. Now we got the Rhea chance. Just, there it is. There it is. Oh, she's got the mask on as well because of her busted nose. Face, mask and all. So here we go. Women's Survivor Series teams really taking shape. Bang! Mom is home. Mom is back. Oh, black screen. That means wardrobe malfunction. For who? For Rhea? For Rhea? No, Nia. Why did we get a black screen? Well, it wasn't Charlotte this time, I can tell you that. Rhea cleaning house. You're going to get a razor's edge. Kyrie! Oh! Boom, mate. Black screen, another black screen. Mate, we collect black screens like Pokemon. Rhea might be about to make the announcement. War Games! Oh my God! Literally no one saw that come in. War Games. What? What? Crazy how we could get a single black screen and it brings the perverts out of hiding. To be honest, I think most of the perverts don't go in hiding on our channel. I think a lot of the perverts in our community are loud and proud. So there we go. We're expecting an AJ Lee to get added. And I can't remember who gets added on the other side. Is it a Becky? I think it's a Becky. An AJ Lee and a Becky. Probably getting added to that match. 4-on-4 or 5-on-5? 5-on-5. 5-on-5. War Games. Boom. Okay, let's get rid of the poll. I'd imagine there's some very sad Alexa Charlotte fans. Let's get the poll up, and then we're going to run away. And I think I'm going to try and do the breakdown thing live. We won't be getting, we won't be going to the chat or anything. No, we'll just do it as we normally do, but it'll just get it out there quicker. That's all. I doubt I'm even going to watch War Games unless there's absolutely nothing else on, said Corey. Jay said, I'm giving this like an 8.5. It was the best Raw in quite a while. No story, just constant matches, said Taylor. There's no comparison between Raw and SmackDown. They're different levels, said Con FUCJUSZ. There's no way Rhea and Io is not involved in War Games, said Real John. Yeah, no, they're in. They're in. Do we think Roman is the best mid-card champion when he won the US title? Not particularly. I think there's been some amazing mid-card champions, but I don't think Roman was that special. I think that John, I mean, I always think about John's US Open challenge and just how amazing that was. I think that was a really great run. There's definitely a talent imbalance in favor of Raw, says Steve. Aaron said, what would you give this show? I'd probably score this show... in the sevens. I mean, we got 2 new champs. We got a heel turn from Nikki Bella. John Cena winning the IC title. It makes it a memorable Raw. Great crowd energy. Boston crowd, really good. There is a definite lull. I mean, once again, we find ourselves in a situation where a lot of the matches score as just goods. But I think there was enough talking points here and enough stuff went down and it moved stories forward. The only problem is it moves stories forwards that I'm just not massively bothered about. Not massively bothered by just getting a load of people together for War Games. So it did move stories forward. We did make some progression. We brought back like Rhea and Io and whatever, but just not massively bothered by, you know, I just don't care for the War Games teams. I don't care for that as a match anymore. It was nice to see it the first year, maybe even the second year, but I've long since stopped caring about just chucking a load of people together for a War Games match. So, yeah, 7.25, probably still around that range. I thought it was very watchable. I don't feel like I wasted my time, but I think once again we find ourselves in a situation very, very similar to SmackDown, where the match quality is lacking. Everything after the John Cena match is just going to score as goods, which is exactly the same as SmackDown. Exactly the same as SmackDown, where none of the matches tonight have stood out. And that is a big criticism that we see on SmackDown. It's a big criticism that we see of Raw as well. Match quality has got to get better than this. It's not good enough. But we did get 2 new champs, so that was good. Newsworthy, noteworthy. I can tell you that our main event came out as good 94. So it's great 82 for Cena. I don't think the match was great 82. I just think Cena winning got that score. Damian, Rusev, good 92. Stephanie, Raquel, good 95. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that was one of the worst Cena matches we've had in recent times. Probably since SummerSlam. I think his match with Dominic was nowhere near as good as the AJ match. Nowhere near as good as his Cody match. And maybe even down on the Logan match a little bit. But you lot said it was great 82. Then we had good 92, good 95, good 96, good 94. Honestly, it's more of the same for me. Same problems still showing themselves, and that is that the match quality is just not good enough. Even Sheamus couldn't find a banger. You lot said it was good 96. So I think like in the sevens feels about fair. Real John said War Games should not be Survivor Series every year. That's why people are getting tired of it. Yeah, I don't disagree. It's not really anything against War Games, although I do think it's a very PG War Games. It's not really anything against it. It's just that it's just all a bit repetitive and not that massively exciting. I would like to see blood. I would like to see it be a case where we get... I would like the roof on it as well. I don't need people jumping off the top. I see that every single year. I would like to turn up the aggression. I'd like to turn up the violence. That's what I would like to see. So yeah, I'm kind of done with War Games, but you know, I'll still watch it, and I'm sure their matches are still going to be entertaining. You know, I'm sure they're still going to be worth tuning in for. But I do wish it had some long-lasting repercussion. That's the problem. As we said, with Royal Rumble, the winner goes on to Mania. With Money in the Bank, the winner gets a briefcase, can cash in at any time. But with Survivor Series, it's just a load of teams. They have a match, and honestly, 24 hours later, we're just moving on. 24 hours later, whatever went down is just, they'll show you a video package of it, but it's, who cares? We move on. War Games should be saved for when it's needed, said Steve. For things like blood feuds. Blood and Guts on Dynamite is better. I agree. And it's not like me to throw compliments in AEW's direction, but I completely agree that it's Blood and Guts is better. WWE is the kiddie PG version of it, isn't it? But it's fine. You know, it's not like I hate it. It's not like I'm dreading it. It's fine. I just think, you know, it also could be better. I think the Royal Rumble should change to the old WCW World War III pay-per-view, said Netforce. There's no big pop that rests for wrestlers anymore, and the ones that should have been are getting held down, said Black Onyx. Corey said WWE sold out to the $1 Million Man. Anna said, this is much worse than 2019. Uji said, Dub Days, thanks for all the views. Kian said, return next week, Brock, Roman, AJ Lee, Cena, possibly join the men's team. Could be an overpowering team, says Kian. After all these feuds, they should bring back Bad Blood, said Edward. Tribal List said, Blood and Guts is lame. You've clearly never seen it. No, you're right. I've never watched it. CJS said, WWE literally fell off. It's as simple as that. Is this another one that's going to divide opinion tonight? SmackDown divided opinion. Is this another one that's going to divide opinion? I thought SmackDown was fine. I thought it was good. I thought we had lots of talking points coming out of it. And some people agreed with that viewpoint. Some people disagreed with that viewpoint. I thought tonight was good. I think the first 45 minutes with Cena is big moments. We're progressing with the tournaments. We had a couple of championship matches. We had new women's tag team champs. We moved forward with War Games. We had a heel turn from Nikki Bella. You know, you have a lot of stuff that's gone down tonight. It's certainly a show. Imagine if you missed it. Imagine if you was out tonight and you came back and you're like, what have I missed from Raw? It's been so many weeks where it's like, you know what? Not much. Not much. You can't say that about this week. Lots of talking points this week. So this show, just like SmackDown, gets a favorable score from me. But yeah, I think there's going to be plenty of people out there that take the opposite viewpoint. That's perfectly fine. People are intended, are allowed their opinions, of course. But no, I'm not down on this show. They won't bring Bad Blood back. It's a Vince PLE, said Con FUC. I think there's too many commercials, says Goat Miller. Cena against Gunther, said Ashish. Yeah, definitely down for it. It's the match that I'm looking for, to be honest. Right, we're going to wrap things up there because I think I'm going to try and do this opinions thing live now. I should start setting them up in advance, but I didn't. So, yes, really appreciate people joining us. I think I'm going to try and do this thing live. I always tend to do them in one take anyway. You watch, I'll probably botch it this time. But at least that video then is out there as quick as possible rather than me sitting here for 20 minutes waiting for it to upload after recording it. Might as well just get it done live and get it out. So awesome. Right. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate the support. I'm going to go and do that and then I'll work on the opinions video. Again, for clarity, I'm not looking to go to the chat or anything in this next video. I'm just going to do the video as normal. It just gets it out quicker, that's all. So that's what I'm going to go and do. So thanks for joining us. I know it was not a crazy stream with loads of crazy stuff going down, and perhaps that's certainly something that's missing from the shows. A little bit of humor being in there, right? A little bit of mystery being in there, whatever. But yeah, I still thought there was plenty that went down on this episode. So, right, appreciate it. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining us. And we're back again tomorrow for NXT. And yeah, I will see you in a moment for the breakdown. Right, bye for now.